Chapter 13-16. Two minor breakthroughs. It had been more than 20 years since Ning Qi had started forming his Dharma power. The evil Azura essence in his sea of consciousness had been reduced by a fifth. Will it take 100 years? A bright light flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. He couldn't even estimate the power of a Dharma formed in this way, but at the very least, he would be able to kill whoever he wanted. Ning Qi slowly closed his eyes. This time, he wouldn't wake up until his Dharma power was formed. With Jian Shilai around, he felt more at ease about the safety of Li Macho and the other two women. Another 10 years passed. On a certain day, suddenly, a majestic power of laws shot into the sky from the mystic true giant city. A huge Tai Chi diagram enveloped the entire giant city. Everyone's attention was drawn to this primal chaos diagram. All the cultivators above the eternal life realm revealed looks of horror in their eyes. If they weren't wrong, someone was forming their Dharma power in the mystic true giant city. Who is it? The aura seems to be coming from the observation deck. Let's go take a look. All the cultivators rushed to the observation deck. It's them? Wang Lan frowned slightly. She had already guessed who it was when she saw the Tai Chi diagram. Her expression was extremely ugly as she walked toward the observation deck with Sikong. At this moment, the observation deck had already been cleared. Little Yuer and Zhuo Ling sat cross-legged with their backs to each other. The power of laws on their bodies had almost merged into one. There was a tornado-like pillar of laws connecting the two women to the Tai Chi diagram in the sky. When Sikong saw this, it was as if a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. He cried out involuntarily, "Yin Yang Temple? Yin Yang Temple?" When the crowd heard these words, a look of doubt appeared on their faces. Could it be that these two women are also disciples of some powerful sects? But why had they never heard of the Yin Yang Temple? Senior brother, you mean the Yin Yang Temple that was destroyed by our Nine Heaven Sword sect more than 1,000,000 years ago? Wang Lan looked at Sikong in shock. Yes, there was no mistake. The ancient records in the sect stated that the Yin Yang Temple's cultivation method was very strange. Regardless of male or female disciples, they either comprehended the law of Yang or the law of Yin. When they were separated, they were no different from ordinary cultivators, but when the law of Yin and Yang gathered together, their power was extraordinary. Because if they were separated, the Yang law would at most be a high-grade law, but when they were combined, the Yin-Yang law would be a supreme law. The power of laws on these two women is the law of Yin and Yang. Sikong muttered to himself, "Don't let them break through." Wang Lan's eyes flashed. After hearing about the supreme law, she didn't hesitate to attack. In order to break through to the Master of Creation realm, there was a threshold, and that was to possess a supreme law. The supreme law was like the key to the Master of Creation realm. A hint of killing intent flashed through Li Macho's eyes. Just as she was about to stop them, Wang Lan grunted and took 3 or 4 steps back. She looked at the sky in shock and saw Jian Shi standing under the Yin-Yang Tai Chi diagram, looking at little Yuer and Li Macho. Jian Shilai. Him again? What did he want? Could it be that he's interested in these 3 women? Wang Lan bit her lips, and a hint of unwillingness flashed through her eyes. With Jian Shilai here, who would dare to act rashly? He was the strongest person below the 7 sages. They're not that old, right? TSK, they broke through to the transcendence realm at such a young age. They're indeed worthy of Ning Beixian. In the Middle Earth's giant city, Wan Qinyan, Wang Guochao, Long Rong, and dozens of prodigies from the grotto heavens and rogue cultivators all looked at the 2 women. Their eyes swept over the Yin-Yang Tai Chi diagram from time to time, and a hint of surprise flashed through their eyes. This power of law. It's indeed the Yin-Yang Temple. I didn't expect the Yin-Yang Temple to still have remnant. If the Nine Heaven Sword sect finds out, they'll definitely be restless, right? The abandoned disciple of Nine Nether looked coldly in the direction of the 2 women, and a hint of fierceness flashed through his eyes. Supreme laws, a hint of envy flashed in Kuan Pring Wu Yu's eyes. His power of law had already been condensed to the superior grade, but there was still a long way to go before he reached the Transcendence realm. Perhaps when he broke through to the Transcendence realm, he would have a slight chance to comprehend it. The two young ladies in front of him had just condensed their Dharma forms, but their power of law was already at the ultimate grade. It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Ancient Central City. The image in front of the 7 saints was the scene of the 2 little ones forming their Dharma idols. These 2 girls don't have a master, do they? I'll accept it. The great sage of the Central Plains smiled faintly. My disciple was suppressed by Ning Beixian. These 2 should be mine. The pure sun great sage said sinisterly. You're a half-dragon, half-human. Can you teach the human race well? The great sage of the Central Plains gave him a mocking look. The pure young great sage was enraged. All right, these 2 are members of my Wang clan. Stop fighting. Great sage Xuanzhen said faintly. The moment he opened his mouth, he had already determined the identity of little Yu and Zhua Ling. I feel like I've seen their ultimate laws somewhere before. Great sage Qingming frowned slightly as if he was recalling something. I remember now. These are the laws of Yin and Yang. They cultivate the cultivation techniques of the Yin-Yang Temple. Great sage Kuanping suddenly said. Yin-Yang Temple? The pure Yang great sage's eyes were filled with schadenfreude. He looked at great sage Xuanzhen and said, Great sage Xuanzhen, you said that these 2 girls are from your Wang clan? Who said that? Great sage Xuanzhen was slightly stunned. He looked at the great sage of the Central Plains and asked, Did I say that? You didn't. The great sage of the Central Plains smiled faintly. Everyone cursed in their hearts. He was indeed an old fart with thick skin. After a full 10 years, the Yin-Yang Tai Chi diagram above the Xuanzhen giant city finally began to shrink gradually. In the end, it was only a few feet wide and hovered above the heads of the 2 girls. Then, the white Yang Law entered the top of little Yuer's head and the black Yin Law entered the top of Zhua Ling Er's head. The 2 girls slowly opened their eyes. The cultivators who were closer to the 2 girls were stunned. They saw that the pupils of the 2 girls had turned into a Tai Chi diagram that was exactly the same as the Dharma form just now. However, this vision quickly disappeared. At the same time, the innate charm of the 2 girls also disappeared. That charm seemed to be suppressed by some force. When everyone looked at them again, they were no longer as breathtaking as before, but they were still very stunning. Sister Macho, we have also broken through to the Dharma form realm. The 2 girls stood up from the ground happily. Li Macho nodded lightly. At this time, the 2 girls realized that countless eyes were staring at them. Their faces suddenly showed displeasure, but they ignored it and quickly looked in the direction of Ning Qi. Seeing that Ning Qi's embryonic Dharma form was still as stable as Mount Tai, the 2 girls breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, a few familiar figures appeared on the viewing platform. Temple Master Dongfang? Chapter 13-17. Sister must be a good person. Those familiar figures were Meng Qingling, Dongfang Haojie, Li Minji, Niu Dezhuang, De Guzi, Duan Yingjun, Zhang Long, and Zhao Hu. When everyone's gazes fell on these 8 people, their faces were filled with shock. These 7 people all revealed a trace of the Transcendence realm's aura. What was shocking was not their cultivation, but the fact that they clearly knew Li Macho and the other 2 girls. They must have a close relationship with Ning Beixian. When did so many Transcendence realm cultivators appear in the mystic true celestial realm? Some of the elders of the Wang family gradually became serious. They suddenly had a guess. Maybe Ning Beixian wasn't the only one behind him. This kid must have experienced something that we don't know, Wang Tong thought to himself. Temple Master Dongfang, you have also broken through to the Transcendence realm? This little Yu was a little surprised. When they received the news and rushed to the green nether celestial realm with Limacho, Dongfang Haojie and the others had just broken through to the early eternal realm. In just a few decades, they had broken through several levels and reached the early transcendence realm? They were even faster than the two of them? It's a long story. Dongfang Haojie smiled slightly. Meng Qingling glanced around and her eyes fell on Ning Qi, who was thousands of miles away. After a few moments of silence, she transmitted her voice. This time, we are not the only ones here. Little Yu Er's eyes moved slightly when she heard this. She lifted her eyes and looked around. She saw many familiar faces on the observation platforms of the other 6 giant cities. Among these people were Dodan realm cultivators and Eternal Life realm cultivators. They were all disciples of the War God Hall. Even the clan heads and elders of the 9 great clans of Dongxian were present. We have already thought about it. If boss can't win, we will use our lives to buy him some time. Duan Ingjun grinned. After a few decades, his body was still very fat, but he looked much more mature. He was like a different person from before. Obviously, Duan Ingjun and the others must have experienced something in the past few decades. Otherwise, their cultivation would not have improved by leaps and bounds. Don't worry. As long as the young master condenses his Dharma power, these guys will all die. Little Yu smiled, but the killing intent in her eyes didn't dissipate. She coldly looked in the direction of Wang Lan. When their gazes met, little Yu-er's lips curled up in a provocative manner, and she made a throat-slitting gesture. Seeing this, Wang Lan and Sikong were instantly enraged. However, they only glanced at Jian Shilai fearfully and didn't do anything. Another round of attacks started. All sorts of Dharma images surrounded Ning Qi like gods. Colorful laws bombarded the embryonic form of Ning Qi's Dharma image, causing deafening explosions. Even from 1,000 miles away, one could feel the terrifying law energy. When the War God Temple cultivators saw this scene, they couldn't help but clench their fists tightly. They memorized the names of the Transcendence Realm cultivators who attacked Ning Qi. Days passed by. Spring passed and autumn came, and a few years passed. Not only did the siege on Ning Qi not weaken, but it also became more violent. Many cultivators were extremely afraid. The embryonic form of Ning Qi's Dharma image was gradually becoming more obvious. After being besieged for so many years, not only did Ning Qi's Dharma image not collapse, but it also became more solid. They couldn't help but be afraid. If Ning Qi really succeeded in condensing his Dharma image, he could defeat the venerable heavenly gourd with his eternal life realm cultivation. Perhaps all the cultivators present would face extremely terrifying revenge. Sister, are you a friend of the young master? One day, Zuoling finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked Jian Shilai, who was standing in front of her. As soon as this sentence came out, the nearby cultivators immediately gasped with fear in their eyes. He's a man. Dongfang Haojie reminded her with a voice transmission. Zuoling-er's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. It was clearly a girl. How could it be a man? Little Yu-er's eyes moved slightly. She knew that Zuoling-er had a sixth sense that was close to divine. Since she said that this person was a woman, then it was a woman. Just when everyone thought that Jian Shilai would fly into a rage, Jian Shilai turned around indifferently, glanced at Zuoling-er and said, "I'm not a friend of your young master." Hiss, many cultivators gasped. Jian Shilai was actually so easy to talk to? Oh, then sister must be a good person. Zuoling-er nodded. Jian Shilai frowned slightly. Those who attacked my young master were all bad guys. Sister, you're not. Zuoling-er said with a smile. Jian Shilai smiled faintly and nodded at Zuoling-er. He then turned around and looked at the Dharma image outside Ning Qi's body thoughtfully. Bastard! Don't run! A 15 or 16-year-old young man ran crazily through the mystic true giant city. Behind him, there were more than a dozen youths of the same age chasing after him while cursing. When the passers-by saw this, They all shook their heads and made way for them. Those youths were either disciples of the Grotto Heaven or disciples of the Wang family. Although their cultivation levels were not high, ordinary cultivators still did not want to cause trouble. The young man who was being chased revealed a trace of panic on his face. Like a headless fly, he rushed into the observation deck of the mystic true giant city. Suddenly, a loud sound came from afar, like thunder on dry land. When the young man heard the sound, he unconsciously stopped and looked over. The dozen youths who were chasing behind him were also attracted by the sound. They even ignored the young man who was right in front of them. "Wang Zhen, I heard that that's your Wang family's patriarch," one of the youths suddenly said in a low voice. A trace of admiration flashed in the eyes of the tallest youth. He nodded and said, "That's right, he's our Wang family's patriarch Bei Xian. I heard from my father that Patriarch Bei Xian has been here for nearly 100 years. One of the youths said suspiciously. "At the very least, he was here when we were born. But I don't think it's been 100 years. Look, those seniors are all experts on the Azure Dragon Roll. It's impossible for anyone to last 100 years under their attacks." A youth pointed into the distance and said. In the direction that he was pointing at, thousands of Dharma adepts were attacking Ning Qi's Dharma power, which had already taken shape. His facial features were extremely three-dimensional, and they were launching a fierce, yet useless, attack. Wang Lan, who had matured a little, was also among them. She followed the abandoned disciple of Jiu and kept using her strongest moves on Ning Qi, trying to destroy Ning Qi's Dharma image. Who said it's impossible? Chapter 13-18. Flesh of God and bones of jade, who are you? The young man who was rebuked by the young man said with an ugly expression. Me? Everyone calls me De Guzi. The young man smiled and walked to the side of the young man who was being chased first. He looked him up and down and said, "Alike, really alike. De Guzi? Ha! There are people with such names." The group of youths all laughed. "Uncle, what do you mean?" The youth who was called a bastard raised his head blankly and looked at De Guzi. "You're very similar to me in the past. We were both bullied. Don't tell me you have a sister?" De Guzi laughed. "How did you know?" The young man looked at De Guzi in surprise, then his eyes showed a hint of vigilance, obviously thinking that De Guzi was a human trafficker. "Really?" De Guzi was slightly startled. Then, with a faint smile, he glanced at the group of youths behind him and said indifferently, "Why are they chasing you? Hey! Don't be a busybody. Do you know which family we are from?" The group of youths saw that De Guzi seemed to want to meddle in other people's business, and immediately exploded. My sister is sick. I wanted to ask a cultivator to treat her. When I was tired from walking, I accidentally fell asleep at the entrance of the Wang family's residence and dirted the floor, so—" The youth seemed to have sensed De Guzi's good intentions and said hesitantly, "I can cure your sister's illness. As for these little guys—" De Guzi lightly waved his hand, and the group of youths immediately became a mess, rolling down from the observation platform. They angrily stood up, loudly cursing at De Guzi, then turned around and ran, clearly going to call for reinforcements. "Uncle, their background is very scary. You should run away quickly. At most, I will give them a beating." The youth immediately became anxious. "Run? Why should I escape? When young master brought me to the beggar's sect to save little Yuer, we clearly knew that the other party's background was the Huangfu clan's head steward, yet we never escaped. Moreover, young master's identity at that time was merely a bastard son of the champion marquis's estate." De Guzi lightly smiled as a trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. Unknowingly, the past gradually faded from his mind. Only the time in the dragon-slaying Marquis mansion was deeply remembered. "Huangfu clan? Is it very strong?" The teenager was curious. "They can be considered very strong. To me back then, they were the same as the Wang clan now." De Guzi smiled. "After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, someone suddenly walked onto the observation platform. It was a middle-aged cultivator, and behind him was the young man who was beaten away by Deguzi. Ancestor. It was him. You dare to speak rudely to our Wang clan, and for a bastard child, you actually dare to attack us. Wang Zhen coldly pointed at Deguzi and said. The middle-aged cultivator coldly looked at Deguzi, his body emitting a faintly discernible aura of the peak of the qi refinement stage. When the young man saw this, he hid behind Deguzi in fright. Who are you? Do you know the name of this city? The middle-aged cultivator said coldly. Mystic True Giant City. Deguzi smiled. Don't tell me you don't know what Xianjin represents? You dare to hit a disciple of my Wang clan here. Are you tired of living? The middle-aged cultivator sneered. For the sake of my young master, I only swept them lightly. Otherwise, do you think they would still be alive? Deguzi laughed lightly. Your young master? The middle-aged cultivator's expression changed slightly. He was confused by Deguzi's attitude. Could his young master be related to the Wang clan? May I know who your young master is? The middle-aged cultivator said with a vigilant expression. Ancestor, he's just scaring you. Don't talk nonsense with him, just suppress him directly. Wang Zhen said angrily. A trace of awkwardness flashed through the middle-aged cultivator's eyes. Wang Zhen was a disciple of that branch. Although his seniority was much higher than Wang Zhen's, he had no choice but to give face to the other party's ancestor and help him vent his anger. You want to know who my young master is? Look, young master is over there. Deguzi smiled faintly and pointed towards Ning Qi's direction. Your young master is one of those Dharma characteristic realm cultivators? The middle-aged cultivator was slightly stunned. Then, a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. If that was the case, it would be hard for him to vent his anger. So what if he's a Dharma characteristic realm cultivator? My ancestor Wang Hai just broke through to the middle stage of Dharma characteristic realm and has become a peak elder. Wang Zhen sneered. Wang Hai. Deguzi's eyes were a bit strange, then he smiled faintly. The one being besieged is my young master. The one being besieged? The middle-aged cultivators and Wang Zhen's expressions suddenly changed. Their faces revealed a trace of disbelief as they looked at Deguzi in bewilderment. The body of the young man hiding behind Deguzi also clearly stiffened, raising his head in shock. You mean, ancestral patriarch Bei Xian is your young master? The middle-aged cultivator spoke with some difficulty, already using honorifics. Yeah, I thought young master would come out of seclusion soon, so I came to pick him up. Deguzi smiled faintly. At the same time, many figures flew across the sky and landed on the observation deck that had been deserted for a long time. When the middle-aged cultivator saw a few of them, his body couldn't help but tremble. Ancestral patriarch? Wang Zhen looked at Wang Hai in shock. Wang Hai glanced at him and seemed to be recalling something. You are. It was obvious that he had too many disciples under him, so he had no idea who Wang Zhen was. Wang Hai couldn't think of Wang Zhen's origin, so he didn't think about it. He smiled and cupped his hands at Deguzi. Deguzi, you came so early. If I didn't come early, how could I pick up young master? Deguzi smiled. At this time, the middle-aged cultivator and Wang Zhen completely believed Deguzi's words. Their eyes were filled with fear and they didn't dare to say anything. The cultivators in the eternal life realm and above all felt that the aura coming from Ning Qi's side was a bit strange. One by one, they rushed to the observation deck. The observation decks of the 7 giant cities were almost not enough. The rest of the people stood in the void and looked at Ning Qi curiously. At the same time, the evil Shura's essence in Ning Qi's sea of consciousness was only 1/10 the size of a rice grain. After the last few crazy absorption, the evil Shura's essence was finally exhausted. Ning Qi's emaciated body gradually filled up. His skin was sparkling and translucent and one could see the sparkling bones inside. Immortal flesh and jade bones? The expression of the abandoned disciple of Nine Nether changed slightly. In the depths of his eyes, there was an undetectable look of horror. The change didn't stop. Ning Qi's body gradually became transparent. In the end, as if a gust of wind blew, his body turned into specks of starlight. Chapter 1319. Chapter 1319. Immortal Emperor's Dharma, what's wrong with young master? Zuoling Er's face was filled with fear. She watched as Ning Qi's body dissipated into the world. It was simply terrifying. It'll be fine. Little Yu squeezed Zuoling Er's hand and comforted her. However, there was also a hint of worry in her eyes. Could it be that something went wrong while Boss was condensing his Dharma? Duan Ingjun asked in confusion. That's not possible. Brother Ning has been disturbed by the outside world for the past 100 years or so while condensing his Dharma idol. It's impossible for him to make a mistake at the last step. Dongfang Haojie's eyes were filled with confidence. Based on his understanding of Ning Qi, it was impossible for him to make such a low-level mistake. His body has collapsed? Even if he condenses his Dharma, it'll be ownerless. Sikong couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw this. Wang Lan's lips curled up slightly. The abandoned disciple frowned as a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. The sickly prince, a supreme genius from the Qingming immortal territory, sneered and suddenly slashed at Ning Qi. The sword aura tore through the sky and slashed at Ning Qi's Dharma like lightning. In the end, his sword slashed through thin air. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked when they saw this. The sickly prince's sword aura directly passed through the Dharma and slashed at the empty space behind it. The abandoned disciple immediately made his move, but just like the sickly prince, he couldn't hit Ning Qi's Dharma at all. It was as if the Dharma was just an illusion. Illusory, real. Jian Shilai frowned slightly, a look of contemplation flashed across his eyes. When the nearby cultivators saw Jian Shilai frown, many of them fell into a daze, staring blankly. Their faces revealed a look of intoxication, but in the next moment they were suddenly awakened by the killing intent, and did not dare to look at Jian Shilai again. What a monster! What's the point of looking at a man so good-looking? Many cultivators cursed in their hearts. Wang Lan and Si Kong didn't believe it, and they attacked Ning Qi as well. This time, their attacks landed on Ning Qi's Dharma, but a white light flashed, and the two of them were forced back dozens of steps, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Illusory, real at times? What Dharma form is this? Look! Someone cried out in alarm. The specks of starlight that Ning Qi's physical body had turned into were gradually merging with the Dharma form. This scene shocked everyone. At this moment, the 7 saints who were watching from afar in the Middle Ancient City all looked at each other. Whether it was the 4 Saints continent or the Central Continent, they had never heard of anyone who would discard their physical body and fuse it with their Dharma power when breaking through to the Transcendence realm. To them, this was unbelievable. It had completely overturned the understanding of the cultivation world. "We can't let him succeed," shouted Wang Lan. Over the past 100 years, the hatred between her and Ning Qi had reached a point where they would not rest until one of them died. If Ning Qi condensed his Dharma, he would definitely not let her go. Wang Lan knew this very well, so at this crucial moment, she directly reminded the group of Dharma plane cultivators. All of a sudden, the Dharma powers that blotted out the sky attacked Ning Qi. The originally translucent Dharma power was gradually solidifying. Everyone could already clearly see the Dharma power's facial features. It was a face that was exactly the same as Ning Qi's. The only difference was that this Dharma power wore a golden crown on its head and wore a black robe. Although the eyes between its eyebrows were still closed, it gave off an extremely heavy feeling. When everyone's attacks landed on it, the Dharma power had completely solidified. It was exactly the same as Ning Qi's, just a few sizes bigger. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the early stage Transcendence realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for condensing the lower heaven level, primordial celestial emperor Dharma form. The system's notification suddenly sounded. In an instant, Ning Qi's eyes slowly opened. The moment he opened them, a domineering aura emanated from Ning Qi's body. Many cultivators who were attacking him were shocked by this aura and forcibly stopped in their tracks. At the same time, a series of strange phenomena appeared behind Ning Qi. There were jade palaces shrouded in clouds and mist. There were strange beasts that the crowd could not recognize. There were sounds of praises. In the jade palaces, there were many figures that the crowd could not see clearly. They were all kneeling and worshipping Ning Qi from afar. At the same time, Little Six's figure suddenly appeared beside Ning Qi. He looked at this scene in shock. How could this be? Little Six's eyes revealed a trace of fear. At this moment, the feeling that Ning Qi gave him was extremely terrifying. That aura seemed to be able to destroy this part of the world. The strange phenomena were still expanding. In the next moment, Little Six gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. This mouthful of blood essence turned into a heavenly dragon in the air. Finally, it condensed into a simple and unadorned pattern that instantly imprinted on Ning Qi's body. At this moment, the strange phenomena behind Ning Qi gradually began to dissipate. Fortunately, that guy should not have noticed. Little Six looked up with a pale face. That mouthful of blood essence just now had cost him a lot. Then, his figure disappeared again. Young Master! Hall Master! Figures broke through the air toward Ning Qi. There were at least 100 of them. Only then did the abandoned disciple of Nine Nether and the others react. However, they did not dare to attack these figures. First, they were afraid of Jian Shilai. Second, they were afraid of Ning Qi. Although the abandoned disciple of Nine Nether was unwilling to admit it, the feeling that Ning Qi gave him now was unfathomable. It was as if he had seen the seven saints. You are also in the Transcendence realm. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled into a faint smile as he looked at Dongfang Haojie and the others. When his gaze swept across Meng Qingling, Ning Qi was slightly startled. Then, he smiled and nodded. Meng Qingling looked at Ning Qi and could not help but sigh in her heart. In just over 100 years, a little guy who was just a king fighter back then had grown to such an extent. It's been a long time. However, there are many things that we can talk about after I return to the War God Temple. Before that, I have something to do. Ning Qi said faintly. Everyone looked at each other and suddenly nodded. Then, the figures disappeared into the air in front of everyone's eyes. Even Jian Shilai, the abandoned disciple of Nine Nether, and other existences who were half a step to great perfection, as well as the seven saints who were watching in the middle of the ancient city, did not know how they disappeared. This scene brought great shock to the crowd. It's been more than 100 years. You guys have been fighting me for more than 100 years. After Li Macho and the others returned to the War God Temple, Ning Qi's gaze fell on Wang Lan and the others. Pretending to be mysterious. He has just broken through to the Transcendence realm. No matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? Let's attack together and suppress this kid. Sikong suddenly shouted. Yes. We have thousands of Transcendence realm adepts and the experts on the Azure Dragon list. Are we not a match for him? Attack together. Instantly, a large group of people responded to Sikong's call. Just as they were about to make a move, Ning Qi suddenly extended his hand and made a grabbing motion. A surge of immortal energy gushed out and Sikong's body flew uncontrollably into Ning Qi's hand. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. What kind of power was this? Chapter 1320. The Power of One Punch. Sikong's jaw dropped as Ning Qi grabbed him. His late-stage Transcendence realm cultivation was useless at this moment. No matter how he mobilized the power of laws in his body, He couldn't break free from Ning Qi's grasp. Ning Qi's body wasn't big, but it was still more than 10 meters tall. He grabbed Sikong like he was grabbing an ant. Endless celestial qi flowed out of his palm. Sikong was suppressed by this celestial qi. The power of laws from before had been transformed into a new power along with Ning Qi's body. Celestial qi. This was a power that only immortals could control. It was on the same level as netherworld qi. Any last words? Ning Qi smiled and looked down at Sikong. You bang. Ning Qi clenched his fist and Sikong's body was instantly crushed by the celestial qi. Sikong still couldn't believe that he would die in the Azure Dragon continent. Do you think I'll let you say your last words? Ning Qi smiled to himself and then looked at Wang Lan. Wang Lan felt cold from Ning Qi's gaze. It was as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Sikong died just like that? He's a late-stage Transcendence Realm cultivator. This means, I'm afraid he's no different from the Seven Saints? Another Feng Jiuxian, another Feng Jiuxian. Many of the Transcendence Realm cultivators who had surrounded Ning Qi wanted to retreat, but none of them dared to run first. The one who ran first would definitely become the target of everyone and attract Ning Qi's attention. Then, they would die for sure. Ning Beixian, I don't believe you're so strong. Wang Lan roared. The black-class low-grade diamond avatar instantly appeared in front of Ning Qi. It was hundreds of meters tall and Ning Qi was as small as an ant before it. The diamond avatar roared and attacked Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and punched. A gust of celestial qi smashed the diamond avatar's head. Another punch. The diamond avatar's chest was also smashed. The third punch. Wang Lan's Vajra Dharma idol was completely destroyed, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Without her Dharma idol, her cultivation base was dropping rapidly, and she looked at Ning Qi in despair. Ning Qi looked at Wang Lan mockingly. Actually, with his current strength, one punch from Wang Lan's Vajradharma was enough to shatter it, but he liked to watch Wang Lan fall into despair step by step. You can't kill me. Don't forget, I'm the supreme prodigy of the Wang family. Ancestor Xianzhen won't let you kill me. Wang Lan's eyes finally filled with terror as he retreated step by step. When you used Macho and the others to threaten me, didn't you think that you would die? Ning Qi said lightly. At this time, the peak elders of the Wang family saw that the situation was not right and hurried to come. One of them cupped his hands to persuade Ning Qi. Beixian, for the sake that Wang Lan has the same blood as you, let her go. Our Wang family has already lost 2 ancestors, Wang Yan and Wang Shi. We can't afford another loss. Ning Qi glanced at him coldly. Same bloodline? Did you show up when I was besieged? A look of shame appeared on the elder's face. Wang Lan suddenly hid behind Wang Hai. She knew that Ning Qi had a close relationship with Wang Hai. Beixian, Wang Hai said hesitantly. Ning Qi only looked at him for a second, and Wang Hai knew what Ning Qi was thinking. At the same time, he was angry at Wang Lan for being so heartless, so he moved away. Today, if you want to protect Wang Lan, I'll kill you. If you want to protect her, you'd better be prepared. Ning Qi said indifferently. While the peak elders were hesitating, the abandoned disciples of 9 Nether, the 9 servants of Pure Yang, and hundreds of other Transcendence Realm cultivators attacked Ning Qi at the same time. Hundreds of Dharma forms directly suppressed Ning Qi. Break! Ning Qi's figure broke through the air and he punched. Almost all the spiritual qi in the world was condensed by this punch. The terrifying celestial qi surged from Ning Qi's shoulder and finally into his fist. Boom! 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 Hundreds of Transcendence Realm cultivators, including the abandoned disciples of 9 Nether, spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. Their Dharma forms also turned into ashes under Ning Qi's punch. For a moment, the scene became extremely quiet. Even the sound of breathing seemed to be reduced. Destroying hundreds of Dharma forms with one punch? Half of them seemed to be experts on the Azure Dragon list? Even the Dharma forms of those who were half a step to great perfection realm were destroyed? The cultivators in the nearby 7 giant cities who were watching the battle stood dumbfounded on the spot, watching this scene in horror. Whoosh! The figure of the abandoned disciple of 9, Nether suddenly turned into a black mist and instantly sped into the distance. Ning Qi glanced at him indifferently and did not choose to chase after him. His figure gradually returned to its original size, and he walked towards Wang Lan step by step. When the cultivators who were seriously injured by Ning Qi saw this, they followed suit. The cultivators who were secretly glad that they did not attack Ning Qi earlier also turned around and fled when they saw that Ning Qi did not seem to have any intention of killing them. In an instant, thousands of Transcendence Realm cultivators at the scene had basically all fled, leaving only a few people. Among them were Kuan Peng Wu Yu and Jian Shilai. These people had not attacked Ning Qi in the past 100 years. They were confident that Ning Qi would not repay their kindness with enmity. Witnessing the power of Ning Qi's punch, the peak elders of the Wang family did not dare to speak at all. When they saw Ning Qi walking over, they all moved aside with a look of despair on their faces. It was as if Wang Lan was at the end of her rope. My master is a creator. If you kill me, you will definitely die. Wang Lan retreated step by step with fear in her eyes. She had never thought that there would be a day when she would show such a weak side to Ning Qi. You still dare to threaten me at this point? Ning Qi reached out, and Wang Lan was immediately wrapped in celestial qi. She walked uncontrollably toward Ning Qi, and before long, she was standing in front of Ning Qi. Many of the peak elders of the Wang family were good friends with Wang Lan. After all, her mother, Wang Shaoqing, was also a peak elder. It was just that she had disappeared recently. No, don't. Wang Lan had a pleading look in her eyes. I'll marry you, please don't kill me. With your looks, even if you throw yourself at me, I'll still kick you away. Ning Qi looked at Wang Lan with disgust and punched her in the head. Wang Lan's head instantly sank into her chest, and her chest swelled up. But at this time, she was not completely dead. Her legs were subconsciously retreating. When everyone saw this, they felt a chill run down their spines. A supreme genius of the Wang family, someone who had a high chance of becoming a great saint, had actually been reduced to this state. Ning Qi stared coldly at Wang Lan's headless body and clenched his fist. Violent immortal qi instantly tore her to shreds. A shadowy figure suddenly appeared next to Wang Lan, pulling her soul out of her body. Ning Qi saw this and punched out. The shadowy figure let out a miserable shriek as he and Wang Lan's soul turned to ash. However, apart from Ning Qi, no one else was able to see this scene. After doing all this, Ning Qi cupped his hands at Jian Shilai, Kuanpeng Wuyu, and the others. Thank you for not attacking for the past 100 years. You're welcome. Kuanpeng Wuyu smiled dryly and cupped his hands. He felt that he might not last more than 3 moves against Ning Qi. Jian Shilai didn't say anything. He just looked at Ning Qi indifferently. You want to chase after them? Of course, you want to escape after beating me for more than 100 years. Ning Qi grinned. Come back after killing them. I have something to tell you. Jian Shilai said indifferently. Chapter 13:21. Fine, I won't tell you. Ancient Central City. The 7 sages looked at each other. In the end, the gazes of the other 6 sages fell on Xuanzhen Great Sage. Although Proud Dragon Great Sage lost a son this time, the Wang clan lost a total of 3 Transcendence Realm cultivators. Those who were originally suspicious of Xuanzhen Great Sage gradually believed that this matter had nothing to do with Xuanzhen Great Sage. What is this kid now? Dharma Characteristic Realm Cultivator? The Pure Yang Great Sage frowned. Dharma idol. The Great Sage of the Central Plains thought for a moment and said, This man has lost his physical body. That Dharma form is his physical body. I'm afraid it can no longer be called a Dharma form. She has just made a breakthrough, yet her battle prowess is already so terrifying. Even the abandoned disciples of the 9 serenities are no match for her. I'm afraid that even if we were to take action to suppress her, it would still take a lot of effort. Could she be the second Feng Jiuxian? Proud Dragon Great Sage looked at Xianzhen Great Sage and sneered. The Great Sage Xianzhen looked at him coldly. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes. He had already received news that Lai Kong had gone to the Void Realm. There's fortune in the Void. That place was a mysterious place that half-step to the Creation Realm experts loved to go to. According to rumors, there were all sorts of fortunes hidden there. As long as one could obtain one of them, it would be obtaining fortune, becoming a creation. When Lai Kong returned from the Void Domain, even if he didn't obtain any good fortune, as long as he heard about this matter, he would definitely personally kill Ning Qi. At that time, the Wang family would probably be implicated once again. Ning Qi really surprised Xuanzhen Great Sage this time. He didn't expect Ning Qi's aptitude to be so terrifying. In such a short period of time, he could actually reach such a level. The Wang family had already lost 3 late Transcendence Realm cultivators. If Ning Qi could return to the Wang family, this deal wouldn't be too bad. Unfortunately, the relationship between Ning Qi and Lai Kong wasn't so easy to understand. I have such a son, but I can't use him. A trace of pity flashed in the eyes of Xuanzhen Great Sage. Great Sage Xuanzhen, let's end this matter here. We don't want the pagoda of Kungsu anymore. However, it seems that this kid's killing intent has been aroused. In order to prevent the Azure Dragon continent from being bathed in blood, it's better if you personally come out and bring this kid back to the Wang clan. The Pure Yang Great Sage said coldly. Green Abyss Great Sage and Kuanping Great Sage looked at each other and finally looked at Hegemonic Sage and Proud Dragon Great Sage. They had the same idea. Among the younger generation, no one was a match for Ning Qi. If they wanted to fight for the pagoda of Kungsu again, they would have to do it themselves. At that time, the great sages would fight to the death. No one was willing to go to that extent. If the cultivators of the Vermilion Bird continent, the Black Tortoise continent, and the White Tiger continent took advantage of the situation, the Azure Dragon continent would lose everything. I will handle this matter. Great Sage Xianzhen nodded lightly. However, we still have to let him vent his anger. Several great sages looked at each other, then nodded, tacitly agreeing. With Ning Qi's current strength, if they didn't let him kill a few people to vent his anger, could it be that they had to suppress him day and night? Hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Green Abyss Wonderland, a black gas suddenly sprang out of the void, then condensed into a figure in the air. The abandoned disciple of the 9 Nether Seclusion looked coldly in the direction of the Green Abyss Wonderland and said coldly, "So what if your cultivation is strong? When I return to the central mainland, I will tell the 9th Heaven Sword Master about the Yin-Yang Temple and the death of Sikong Wanglan. At that time, even the 7 sages won't be able to save you." The Yin-Yang Temple? What's the matter? A voice sounded behind the abandoned disciple of the 9 Nether Seclusion. How could it be? A look of shock flashed in the eyes of the abandoned disciple of the 9 Nether Seclusion. Then, his stiff body slowly turned around and saw Ning Qi looking at him with a faint smile. How could he be so fast? What? Are you too excited to see me? Ning Qi looked at the abandoned disciple of the 9 Nether Seclusion with a faint smile. For more than 100 years I haven't hurt you. Are you sure you want to be my enemy? Although I am an abandoned disciple of the 9 Nether Demon sect, I am still a cultivator of the 9 Nether Demon sect. If you kill me, it will only bring disaster to you and the Wang family behind you. The abandoned disciple of the 9 Nether sect said calmly. Cultivators kill each other all the time. Why do we have so many scruples? So what if the 9 Nether Demon sect destroys the Wang family? As long as I don't die, I can destroy the 9 Nether Demon sect in the future and we'll be even. Ning Qi smiled faintly, unmoved. After a pause, he asked, "What did you mean by the Yin-Yang Temple? You want to know? As long as you don't kill me, how about this? I'll make a heavenly Tao blood oath. If you don't kill me, I'll tell you anything you want to know. I won't spread this information to the central continent. What do you think? If you don't want to tell me, then I won't," Ning Qi said faintly. The abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether sect immediately felt an aura of death pressing down on him. In the next moment, he roared and countless strands of black qi surged out of his body. This was his Nine Nether Dharma idol. It was illusory and hard to distinguish. Nine Nether Demon Sect. Your aura is a bit similar to that of a cultivator of the netherworld. But I can even kill a cultivator of the netherworld. What do you think you are? Ning Qi's words shocked the abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether Dharma idol. He killed a cultivator of the netherworld? Before his Nine Nether Dharma idol could attack Ning Qi had already punched out. It was a very simple punch without any martial technique or divine ability. It was such a simple punch, but it directly blew up the abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether Dharma idol. He turned into stars along with his Dharma idol. Even until death, the abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether Dharma idol didn't have time to use all his trump cards. At this moment, a black shadow appeared out of nowhere. This time, it directly pulled out the soul of the abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether Dharma idol. He looked around blankly, and when he saw the black shadow, his eyes were filled with extreme fear. A cultivator of the netherworld? There really is a cultivator of the netherworld. How is this possible? I'm a cultivator of the Dharma idol realm. Even if my body is destroyed, I can use my soul to rebuild it. Why is it like this? That's because your soul has already been destroyed by me. Right now, this is your most original soul, the soul that you had when you were immortal. Ning Qi's voice sounded in his ear. The black shadow was shocked and looked at Ning Qi. In the end, he saw a fist coming towards him. With a scream, this cultivator of the netherworld, who didn't have a high cultivation, was beaten into ashes by Ning Qi just like that. You really, the abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether Dharma idol looked at this scene in disbelief. He didn't expect what Ning Qi said to be true. He really killed a cultivator of the netherworld. If I had this kind of strength back then, Shui-Er's soul wouldn't have been taken away. Chapter 1322. Chapter 1322. Chapter 1322. Know what to do after killing the Nine Nether abandoned disciple. A white light entered Ning Qi's body. His immortal qi suddenly started to surge crazily. Sometimes it was fire, sometimes it was light, sometimes it was lightning, sometimes it was water. As long as Ning Qi willed it, his immortal qi could turn into any kind of law. He gently raised his hand, and 3 inches above his palm, a miniature Taiji diagram appeared. This was the law of yin and yang. Ning Qi's Dharma power instantly became more condensed, and it seemed to be developing towards the mid-grade heaven rank. As long as I know the power of the laws, I can create it. This is the terrifying part of the immortal qi. It's a power that only the immortal clan can use. It's really extraordinary. In this aspect, even the creators can't compare to me. It's just that the essence of the evil Asura is completely different from the immortal qi. The power of this Dharma form is less than 100%. If the essence in my sea of consciousness was left behind by the immortal clan, I'm afraid my current strength would at least be at the creator realm. Ning Qi sighed regretfully. However, Ning Qi was already very satisfied. Without the essence of the evil Shura, he would have failed to condense the Dharma this time, and it was very likely that he would have lost his life. With my current abilities, I can even put up a fight against that old fellow Xianzhen. If I encounter Lai Kong, I won't be completely helpless. However, I'm still a little lacking if I want to kill Lai Kong. Ning Qi pondered for a moment. Suddenly, His gaze was attracted by a towering tree in the distance. This tree had a faint demonic aura. It was a tree that was about to become a spirit. Ningqi arrived in front of the tree and waved his hand to cut it off. In less than a moment, the tree was cut into a pillar by Ningqi, and the essence energy in its body was also sealed by Ningqi. Such hardness and length are more than enough. Ningqi smiled. Carrying the big tree, he moved slightly and disappeared from the spot. When I return to Mount Luo Haishan this time, I must go into seclusion for 300 years. By then, this storm will definitely pass. A few early-stage Transcendence Realm cultivators walked side by side. After looking back with lingering fear, they looked at each other and told each other their plans for the future. I plan to go into seclusion when I return to the sect. Ning Beixian is too terrifying. Even the abandoned disciples of 9 Serenities fled. I'm afraid not even Jian Shilai is a match for him. Did you guys notice? His physical body is directly merged with his Dharma power, which is completely different from ours. It can be said that every single movement of his has the power to destroy the world. If we want to use our Dharma power, we have to endure the intense consumption of our Dharma power. We have no chance of winning against him. In addition, his power of law is also extremely strange. The power of law in my body seems to be afraid of him the moment he condensed his Dharma idol. Thinking of this, the cultivator's eyes were filled with fear. Luckily, they escaped quickly and weren't caught by Ning Beixian. I wonder how many of the abandoned disciples of the 9 hells have died. After this incident, the Azure Dragon leaderboard will definitely be reshuffled. One of the cultivators said gloatingly. Suddenly, he noticed that the others were silent and stopped in midair. The cultivator was confused and asked, "What's wrong with you guys?" Those people ignored him. They cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, Ancestral Patriarch Beixian." Ancestral Patriarch Beixian? The cultivator who hadn't yet found Ningqi felt a chill invade his body. He turned around and stared blankly at Ningqi. 1,000 feet away from them, Ningqi was holding a huge pillar with one hand and looking at them indifferently. Ancestral Patriarch Beixian? The cultivator was so frightened that his body began to tremble. Ancestral Patriarch Beixian. Hee, that sounds nice. Ningqi smiled mockingly. Ancestral Patriarch Beixian, we were deceived and that's why we did such a thing. However, our cultivation is too low and we can't hurt you. Please, Ancestral Patriarch Beixian, since we are mystic perfected celestial realm cultivators, please spare our lives. We'll do anything for you. A slightly older cultivator knelt and kowtowed to Ningqi. The rest of the cultivators knelt and kowtowed. They were hoping that Ningqi wouldn't remember what they had done. Unfortunately, although Ningqi hadn't opened his eyes for more than 100 years, he was already very familiar with every cultivator. He knew who had cursed at him and who had hit him a few times. You're Pu Lingdong. You've hit me 367 times. You're Zhou Yanhong. You've hit me 536 times. You've scolded me 18 times and mocked me 5 times. The few of them stared dumbfoundedly at Ningqi. It was as if Ningqi was counting his family treasures. Not only did he mention their names and origins, he even clearly counted how many times they had fought in the past 100 years. Cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. As if they knew that they were going to die today, they looked at each other and fled in all directions with tacit understanding. They were betting that Ningqi wouldn't be able to kill them in one move. As long as 1 or 2 of them could escape, it would be worth it. These people had already made up their minds that after escaping today, they would immediately leave the Azure Dragon continent and lie low for a while, no matter what method they used. Ningqi sneered. He used his hand as a knife and made a few slashes in the air. The cultivators lost their balance and flew forward. In the process, their heads were separated from their necks. Ningqi waved his hand to kill the cultivators from the underworld who had suddenly appeared and wanted to take their souls away. He then hung their heads on the huge pillar in his hand. The Azure Dragon continent was in chaos. Whether it was Eternal Life Realm cultivators, Do-Dan Realm cultivators, or even mortals, they could occasionally see a terrifying figure madly chasing those once high and mighty Transcendence Realm cultivators. And that figure was holding a pillar in his hand, and there were already hundreds of heads hanging on it. Ning-Chi had killed his way from the Green Darkness Immortal Realm to the Middle Earth Immortal Realm, the Lower Tyrant Immortal Realm, and the Pure Yang Immortal Realm. In just half a year, he had harvested hundreds of lives. Among them, the Middle Earth Immortal Realm had suffered the least losses. Dragon City and the other Grotto Heaven Masters had not attacked Ning-Chi at all. Ning-Chi was a little confused, but he didn't think too much about it. Since he hadn't attacked, he naturally wouldn't kill innocent people. The Pure Yang Immortal Realm had suffered the most losses. Apart from the Pure Yang 9 servants, the other hundreds of Transcendence Realm cultivators had been found and killed by Ning-Chi. Their heads were hung on the pillar. Chapter 1323. Chapter 1323. Chapter 1323. The Great Sage could no longer sit still. 5 years later. Ancient Central City. It's almost done, right? The Pure Yang Great Sage suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the mystic true Great Sage. If he still didn't make a move, the Pure Yang 9 servants would probably be dug out by Ning-Chi and killed. This time, the Pure Yang Immortal Realm suffered great losses. Great Sage Xuanzhen, if you don't show up, how many Transcendence Realm cultivators will be left in the Azure Dragon continent? Even if the lives of those early stage and mid-stage Transcendence Realm cultivators are not worth mentioning, we have to protect the late-stage Transcendence Realm cultivators on the Azure Dragon list, right? Otherwise, how will we compete with the other 3 continents in the future? Proud Dragon Great Sage said coldly. Great Sage Xianzhen slowly opened his eyes and said indifferently, "Where is he now?" "It's at the mystic true immortal realm, the deity-seeking sacred land." Green Abyss Great Sage said with an ugly expression. The sickly young master was one of the most famous geniuses of his Green Abyss immortal realm and had a bit of a relationship with him. When he saw that the sickly young master was killed by Ning-Chi, Green Abyss Great Sage had a trace of displeasure towards Ning-Chi. From the beginning to the end, only the Great Sage of the Central Region and the Great Sage of Kunpeng were the calmest. In their fairyland, those who died under Ning-Chi's saber were just a few small shrimps and small fish, not even a loss. The Great Sage of the Central Region glanced at the Kunpeng Great Sage with a faint smile. He did not attack because he had a good relationship with the Xuanzhen Great Sage. The Xuanzhen Great Sage could order people to kill his great-grandson, but he could not. Otherwise, it would inevitably cause people to hold a grudge. The Great Sage of the Central Earth had gritted his teeth and given up on the battle for the pagoda of Kungsu. That was why he had specifically ordered the geniuses and experts of the Central Earth Immortal Realm not to participate in the battle. Only a small number of early-stage Transcendence Realm cultivators didn't know where he stood and attacked Ning-Chi. Now, these cultivators had already lost their lives. But Great Sage Kunpeng was different. He did not attack this time, and in fact, it was thanks to his son, Kunpeng Wuyu. A hint of admiration flashed in the eyes of the Great Sage of the Central Plains. Compared to Kunpeng Wuyu, Proud Dragon Manic Blade was several levels lower. Whether it was in terms of temper or personality, he could not be compared to Kunpeng Wuyu. Although Kunpeng Wuyu was a demon, he was one of the few great sages of the Central Plains that was more noble than humans. Mystic true immortal realm. It was time to pay tribute again. The 10 major sects under the deer-chasing sacred ground brought a huge batch of cultivation resources under the leadership of their respective geniuses. The people from Xianling sect were Sunset Autumn Cicada and Wu Wei. In the past 100 years, Sunset Autumn Cicada's cultivation had reached the peak of eternal life late stage, and her power of law had been condensed to the extreme. It was estimated that it wouldn't be long before she could start trying to break through to the Transcendence realm. In this regard, even Wu Wei couldn't compare to her. Wu Wei's cultivation was still the same as 100 years ago. He hadn't made any progress at all. "Miss Mu, why didn't your master come this time?" When Sunset Chiu Cicada and Wu Wei arrived at the deer-seeking sacred land, Lan Chunsong enthusiastically came out with a group of elders to welcome them. When the geniuses of the other sects saw this, they couldn't help but show jealousy in their eyes. However, they couldn't envy Sunset Chiu Cicada for receiving such treatment. Rumor had it that when the Wang family first came here, when he was still an Eternal Life Realm cultivator, he had already become a palace lord under Xianling sect. Later on, he became an alchemy master of Xianling sect. At that time, Sunset Chiu Cicada had specially set up a mountain to commemorate Ning Qi. However, because of the decree of the Seven Saints, the mountain was taken back, and Xianling sect didn't allow their disciples to mention Ning Qi's name. However, in just a short 100 years, the situation in the Azure Dragon continent had changed. Ning Qi had actually condensed his Dharma power under the siege of thousands of Transcendence Realm cultivators. He had brazenly attacked and killed hundreds of Transcendence Realm cultivators on the spot. Many of them were experts on the Azure Dragon leaderboard. This news only gradually spread to this place after 2 or 3 years. Since then, Xianling sect had directly set up a mountain, and once again announced that Ning Qi was their alchemy master. Because of this, the sects that originally had many grudges with Xianling sect no longer dared to offend Xianling sect. Elder Lan, master has been in seclusion for many years. This time, he still hasn't come out, so he asked me to come. Twilight Chiu Cicada smiled and cupped her hands. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure. That figure seemed to have noticed Twilight Chiu Cicada looking at her, and quickly hid in the crowd. Twilight Chiu Cicada sneered in her heart. That person was none other than Lan Chunsong's granddaughter, Lan Dai. Ning Qi had beaten Feng Wudao into a child, and Lan Dai had been chased back to the deer-chasing sacred land by Feng Wutian. Twilight Chiu Cicada already knew about this. Not long ago, she had even seen Feng Wudao, who had grown up again, and his cultivation had already recovered to the late stage of Eternal Life Realm. However, that feeling no longer existed. Feng Wudao, who had been reborn, could never be compared to that person in Twilight Chiu Cicada's heart. He wasn't even worthy to carry his shoes. Bitch! Lan Dai secretly stared at Twilight Chiu Cicada, and a trace of jealousy flashed in her eyes as she cursed in her heart. Looks like Brother Meng's cultivation is going to increase greatly. He hasn't shown himself for more than 100 years. Lan Chunsong smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to call Lan Dai to enter the deer-chasing sacred land, a sudden rumble came from the sky. A few black dots were approaching from afar, and they were flying towards the deer-chasing sacred land at an extremely fast speed. Ning Beixian, don't push it too far. Ancestral Patriarch Beixian, I know I was wrong. Can't I destroy my own cultivation? Do you really have to be so ruthless? We are experts on the Azure Dragon role. Are you not going to give us any face? Ning Beixian, I have a backer in the central mainland. If you kill me, you won't feel good either. 1 million Azure Dragon crystals. By my life. If not, I'll give you 3 supreme-grade Dharma artifacts. The few figures seemed to be exhausted, and they stopped above the deer-chasing sacred land. The lord of the deer-chasing sacred land, Yun Qinqi, seemed to have heard the commotion. He flew out and landed next to Lan Chunsong. At this moment, everyone, including the tens of thousands of cultivators from the deer-chasing sacred land, looked up at the sky with their mouths agape. At the same time, Twilight Chiu Cicada, Wu Wei, and the prodigies of the various sects saw this terrifying scene because they had come to the deer-chasing sacred land to pay tribute. Ning Qi was holding a bloody pillar with thousands of fresh human heads hanging on it. In front of him stood 7 experts who were half a step away from the Transcendence realm. "It's Ning Beixian." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts, their faces filled with fear. When they saw the thousands of heads on the pillar, even Clear Cloud Pool couldn't help but tremble. With just a glance, they saw a few familiar faces on top of it. Chapter 13:24. Come out if you're here. After taking in the few of you, apart from those who escaped from the Azure Dragon continent, there aren't many left. Ning Qi smiled faintly as he supported the bloody pillar and looked at the 7 experts of the Azure Dragon list with different expressions on their faces. All of them were ranked in the top 20, and before the 7 Saints' decree, they had all been in closed-door cultivation. They had never thought that they would end up like this after coming out of closed-door cultivation. Is there really no way out? You've killed so many Dharma plane cultivators this time. The 7 Saints won't just sit by and watch. They might be here to kill you already. The cultivators begged for mercy. The cultivators on the Azure Dragon roll are so humble in front of him. Wu Wei was dumbfounded as he watched this scene. Back then, Ning Qi was just an ant in his eyes, an existence that he could kill with a wave of his hand. If I had killed him back then, there might not be the mystic North Patriarch today. A strange thought flashed through Wu Wei's mind. It's him. Twilight Autumn Cicada looked at Ning Qi in a daze. Decades ago, she had gone to the barren region. At that time, Ning Qi was just skin and bones like a skeleton. She almost couldn't recognize him. She didn't expect that in just a few decades, Ning Qi, who was at a disadvantage and surrounded by others, would raise his butcher's knife and kill all the Dharma plane cultivators who besieged him back then. Mystic North Patriarch, hearing the way the experts on the Azure Dragon list addressed Ning Qi, Yun Qinqi, Lan Chensong and the others all recalled the scene of Ning Qi being suppressed by Feng Wudao when he was in the Divine Land. As for the fate of the profound Nether Pill sect, they had already heard of it more than 100 years ago. This guy won't let us go. Why don't we work together? There are 7 half-perfected cultivators. Why should we be afraid of him? I don't believe that he has the same divine power as the great saints when he just formed his Dharma form. A cultivator muttered in despair. All right. Let's work together. Immediately, the 7 of them exuded a majestic aura of laws. When their Dharma idols appeared, all the cultivators in the Zhulu sacred land could not help but take a few steps back. Even a mid-transcendence realm cultivator like Yun Qinqi was no exception. This showed how powerful the 7 of them were. Just as everyone thought that there would be a fierce battle, Ning Qi smiled and said, "Forget it. I've been chasing you for more than a month, and I'm a little annoyed. I'll kill all of you soon. I'll go to the pure Yang immortal realm and find those 9 cowards. This matter should end here. In 5 years, he had killed thousands of people. The anger in Ning Qi's heart had already been vented. He was only waiting for the remaining few hiding fellows to be beheaded. Then, he was ready to temporarily stop this journey of killing. As soon as Ning Qi finished speaking, a majestic celestial qi surged out of his body. With just one punch, he directly shattered the Dharma of one of the experts on the Azure Dragon roll. After 7 punches, the 7 experts on the Azure Dragon roll fell heavily towards the Zhulu sacred land. They fell in front of Yun Qinqi and the rest, scaring them into retreating a few dozen feet. They looked at Ning Qi in fear. Using his palm as a knife, he took off the heads of the 7 people. At this moment, 7 rays of white light flew into Ning Qi's body. His Dharma idols were condensed again. It would not be long before they broke through to the mid-heaven realm. Ning Qi hung them on the pillar, then stuck the pillar into the ground. He smiled faintly and greeted Twilight Chiu Cicada, Senior Sister Mu. Bei Beixian. Twilight Chiu Cicada was slightly shocked. She did not expect Ning Qi to call her Senior Sister Mu. She was immediately overwhelmed by the favor. Coupled with her excitement, she actually stuttered. Wu Wei's face revealed a humble expression of flattery. When Ning Qi came over, he even bowed his body. Yun Qi and the rest also looked at Ning Qi with flattery. When the geniuses of the 9 sects saw this, they finally believed that Twilight Chiu Cicada indeed knew this killing god. In the past 5 years, some people had begun to call Ning Qi Killing God Ning. Ning Qi had long been ranked 8th on the Azure Dragon roll, but that was because he had not fought with the 7 sages. As for Jian Shilai, who was originally ranked 8th, he had become 9th. Because it was still unknown whether the abandoned disciple of 9 Nether was dead or alive, he was still ranked 10th. Senior Sister Mu, may I know where Senior Meng is? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Meng Tianshu had taken the pagoda of Kungsu, and he was the scapegoat. Although there had been a deal beforehand, Ning Qi still wanted to know what level Meng Tianshu's cultivation had reached after taking the pagoda of Kungsu. In the past 100 years, he had never seen Meng Tianshu appear. Master is in seclusion. Does Bei Xian want to see him? Twilight Chiu Cicada was slightly startled. Seclusion? Forget it. If there is a chance in the future, I will find Senior Meng again. Ning Qi smiled faintly. He glanced at Yun Qi and the others, and his gaze fell on Lan Qinsong. Lan Qinsong hurriedly smiled and stepped forward. Just as he was about to speak, Ning Qi cupped his hands at Twilight Chiu Cicada. I still have important matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. Ah? Bei Xian, you are leaving now? Twilight Chiu Cicada's eyes revealed a trace of reluctance. When Wu Wei saw this, the flattering smile on his face did not change, but he was somewhat angry in his heart. Yes, there are still a few people whose debts have not been settled. Ning Qi nodded faintly. Although this sentence seemed calm, when everyone's gaze fell on the pillar, it was enough to imagine how bloody this calm sentence was. Those who could become cultivators were not good people, but they had never seen someone like Ning Qi, who had crazily killed thousands of Transcendence Realm cultivators in 5 years. Even Feng Jiuxian had only taken over 100 lives back then. Just when Ning Qi was about to leave, his body froze for a moment. He then turned around and stared at the void in the distance. Old man, since you're here, come on out. Why are you hiding your head and showing your tail? Trying to sneak an attack on me? Who dared to sneak an attack on Ning Beixian? Everyone was shocked and hurriedly looked in the direction Ning Qi was looking at, only to see a figure slowly appear in the void over there. When everyone saw the appearance of this figure, their faces immediately revealed a trace of shock. Great Sage Xuanzhen! We greet Great Sage Xuanzhen. Tens of thousands of cultivators, including Yun Qi and the others, bowed in unison. Only Ning Qi looked at Great Sage Xuanzhen indifferently, without any intention of bowing. You've vented enough of your anger. You can stop now. Great Sage Xuanzhen looked at Ning Qi indifferently. What if I don't stop? Are you going to suppress me with your own hands? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Yes. Great Sage Xuanzhen nodded. Your battle power is indeed very strong. Even the weakest of the 7 sages, proud dragon Great Sage, may not be able to suppress you. But in front of me you are still lacking. What? Chapter 13:25. One move you're still lacking? Ning Qi smiled. He rose into the air and looked at Xuanzhen from afar. Old man, everyone says that you're the strongest in the Green Dragon sect. I'd like to see how strong you are. If you're really the strongest in the Green Dragon sect, why can't you protect your granddaughter? Hiss, the cultivators of the deer-chasing sacred land gasped. They didn't expect someone to speak like that in front of Xuanzhen, even though he also had the bloodline of the Wang family. It seems like his relationship with Xuanzhen isn't too good, Yun Qi and the others thought to themselves. At the same time, they were worried. If Xuanzhen and Ning Beixian were to fight here, the deer-chasing sacred land would probably be torn to pieces. Hun Tian City was the best example. It was a huge city that wasn't any weaker than the deer-chasing sacred land, but because of Ning Beixian, it was razed to the ground. Xuanzhen's expression changed slightly. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. After looking at Ning Qi for a while, he suddenly said, "You still hate me because of Wang Shui?" Ning Qi looked at Xuanzhen and said indifferently, "If it wasn't for the bloodline that flows in my body, you'd be in the top 3 on my kill list. You're still young and don't think things through. I'll pretend that I didn't hear that. No matter what, you have to call me great-grandfather. Wang Shui's incident was an accident. If you insist on keeping it in your heart, I'll wait for you at the Wang family when you can kill me. But for now, you have to go back with me." Great Sage Xianzhen said slowly after a moment of silence. "Why would I go back with you? Aren't you afraid that your Wang family will be in trouble because of me? Aren't you afraid of Lai Kong?" Ning Qi's lips curled into a faint smile of mockery. "I have a way to protect you, but you have to go back with me. Otherwise, when Lai Kong returns from the Void Domain and hears that your cultivation has improved, he'll definitely not let you go." Xuanzhen said coldly. "He might not be able to kill me. Going back to the Wang family is not a problem. But before that, I have to do what I need to do." Ning Qi said indifferently. "Who else do you want to kill?" Xuanzhen Great Sage glanced coldly at the bloody pillar, then looked at Ning Qi solemnly and said, "Let me calculate." Ning Qi stretched out a finger and pointed at them one by one. "Pure Yang 9 servants. These 9 people beat me up so much back then. I must kill them. Also, that group of dragons from Proud Dragon Immortal Realm, they seem to be brothers of Proud Dragon Berserk Blade? Although his cultivation level isn't high, he deserves to die for insulting me. Also, I heard that one of the 9 great geniuses of the hegemonic Immortal Realm is the grandson of Great Sage Hegemonic Immortal Realm? You deserve to die." After pausing for a while, Ning Qi revealed a bright smile and looked at the Great Sage Xianzhen. "That's all. The rest are already hanging here. That's not a lot, right?" "Not much? Isn't that a lot?" When the cultivators of the deer-chasing Holy Land heard this, they couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Every time they looked at the bloody pillar, they felt an incomparable chill in their hearts. There were Transcendence Realm existences hanging on it. There were probably 60 to 70 people on the Azure Dragon Roll hanging on it. Thinking of this, Wu Wei couldn't help but look up at the lifelike head with its eyes still open. His body couldn't help but tremble. "Don't touch these people. I won't hold it against you for killing Wang Lan," the Great Sage Xianzhen said indifferently. After pausing for a while, he said with a strange expression, "Where did you throw Wang Shi? Won't hold it against me? Didn't Wang Lan deserve to be killed? Wang Shi insulted me as a bastard, so I let him be a bastard. After more than 100 years, if he wasn't eaten by beasts, he should have died of old age, right? Or maybe he was lucky and started cultivating again. He's an eternal life realm cultivator now, right?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. The Great Sage Xianzhen sighed faintly, then his expression turned serious. "If you still refuse to realize your mistakes today, don't blame me for not showing mercy." When the cultivators of the deer-chasing Holy Land heard this, they had already fled from the deer-chasing Holy Land in panic. They hid hundreds of miles away. Yun Qingqi and the other elders of the deer-chasing Holy Land did the same. However, they had a bitter smile on their faces. When the King of Hell fought, the little ghosts suffered. "Make your move," Ning Qi said indifferently. Boom. Before he finished speaking, a giant golden foot had already stomped down on Ning Qi from the cloud. Everyone gasped when they saw the Dharma form. Has the Vajra Dharma form of the Great Sage Xianzhen advanced to the upper mystic level? How can it be so huge? Everyone could only see the calf of the foot, but this calf was already hundreds of feet tall. How big was the entire Vajra Dharma form? Your Dharma form is indeed more terrifying than the rumors say, but this is far from enough. Ning Qi's eyes flashed coldly. He didn't panic at all when facing this guy, who was even bigger than Wang Lan's Vajra Dharma idol. His body expanded, and in the blink of an eye, he had already become a 3,000-meter-tall giant. He stomped down on the deer-chaser sacred land, crushing 2 mountains beneath his feet. At the same time, Ning Qi's fist, which was filled with immortal spiritual energy, directly smashed into the soul of the calf. The shock wave from the collision caused the cultivators hundreds of kilometers away to be unable to resist it. Boom! The power of the nomological laws on the Vajra Dharma form instantly disintegrated when it came into contact with the immortal Qi. With a loud boom, the calf exploded and turned into dust. The eyes of the great sage Xianzhen, who had been very calm all this while, revealed a look of horror. He couldn't believe it and said, "A heaven-level Dharma form?" From the beginning, he had never guessed how high the level of Ning Qi's Dharma form was. In his opinion, a lower mystic-level Dharma form was already considered a genius. However, the scene before him shocked him. As the #1 person in the Green Dragon mainland, he had once been fortunate enough to see a heaven-level Dharma form in the central mainland. Although the aura of that Dharma form was completely different from Ning Qi's, it gave great sage Xianzhen the same feeling. "If you want to fight to the death with me, then continue." Ning Qi glanced coldly at great sage Xianzhen. He returned to his original size, lifted the bloody pillar, and flew away. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look at great sage Xianzhen. "This old guy has some skills," Ning Qi muttered to himself. Ning Qi murmured in his heart. That punch just now seemed simple, but in fact it consumed a full 10% of his celestial qi to block it. If he really had to fight to the death with the great sage Xianzhen, it would probably be an extremely difficult battle. However, after Ning Qi displayed his strength, he knew that with the old guy's character, he probably wouldn't attack again. Ning Qi's guess was right. Great sage Xianzhen just stood there and watched Ning Qi leave. He didn't attack again. After his expression changed a few times, he flew away. The Holy Land has become like this. Chapter 1326. Chapter 1326. Chapter 1326. The law is enforced by words. 3 months later, there were a few dozen more heads on Ning Qi's human skull pillar. However, more than 5 years had passed, and there were bound to be some people who had escaped from the Azure Dragon continent. He could only wait until he had the chance to meet them in the future before settling the score with them. Pure Yang Immortal Realm. The place where the Pure Sun Great Sage resided was called the Pure Sun Sacred City. From afar, one could see a huge mountain shrouded in thick fog towering over the Pure Sun Sacred City. This mountain was the cultivation ground of the Pure Yang Great Sage. It was shrouded in a thick fog, which was a special forbidden technique. Without the permission of the Pure Yang Great Sage, anyone who approached the mountain would be confused by the fog. The unlucky ones might even get lost for hundreds of years and die of old age. More than 5 years? I heard that the 9 prodigies of the Basha Dragon clan were all killed by that killer. How could this be? Didn't the Great Sage stop him? I don't know the specifics either. It was a good friend who sent me a message saying that this death god will very likely come to our Pure Sun Sacred City to find the Honorable Envoy and the others. How audacious! With the Pure Yang Great Sage here, would he still dare to act recklessly? A few cultivators were sitting at a tea stall, drinking tea while chatting. This killing god has been killing for more than 5 years. He probably isn't afraid of the Pure Yang Great Sage, right? A cultivator hesitated for a moment before saying. Without waiting for the others to speak, a few figures suddenly walked in front of the cultivator and looked at him coldly. When the cultivators nearby saw the 3 blazing suns on their chests, their expressions changed. 3 blazing suns meant that these people were inner sect servants of the Pure Yang Great Sage. The Pure Yang Great Sage only had 1 disciple, and that was the heavenly devil fairy. After that, all the disciples he took in were servants. Many people couldn't guess the reason for this, but a few people knew that the pure young great sage only took in one disciple because he was afraid that he would repeat the same mistake as the glass dragon sage. Inner sect servants were no different from inner sect disciples. They received guidance from people like Yang Yi all year round. In the outside world, they were all geniuses. Greetings, heaven's favorite. The cultivators at the tea stall hurriedly stood up and saluted. Their cultivations were similar to the other party, they were all in the eternal life realm. However, the other party's status was much higher than them, a group of rogue cultivators or cultivators from small sections. If they did not salute, it would be difficult to move an inch in the pure sun sacred city. You said that Ning Beixian isn't afraid of the pure sun great sage. One of the youths with a stern expression stared coldly at the cultivator who had just spoken. This is only my guess, it can't be taken seriously. The cultivator smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that their joke would be heard by an inner sect servant. The young man with a cold expression seemed to be about to make a move. Right at this moment, the owner of the tea stall hurriedly cupped his hands and smiled. Leng Tianjiao, my tea stall is for idle people to chat casually. Give me some face and don't make a fuss about it, right? Leng Tianjiao? All of a sudden, someone's expression changed as he recognized the young man. Leng Ao, who had cultivated for less than 40 years, was already a late-stage eternal life realm cultivator. He was known as one of the most likely pure sun immortal realm cultivators to become supreme geniuses in a few hundred years. So it's Leng Tianjiao. I was rude, please forgive me, Leng Tianjiao. The cultivator hurriedly apologized. Leng Ao glanced at him indifferently, then looked at the owner of the tea stall and snorted coldly. Before he could speak, there was a sudden commotion in front of him. It seemed that many people were rushing towards the city gate. Leng Ao was slightly taken aback. He exchanged glances with several other senior and junior brothers, then ignored the cultivator and flew directly towards the city gate. The cultivators at the tea stall saw this and ran away. Only the people of the pure sun great sage could fly in the pure sun sacred city. As for the others, whoever dared to fly would have their legs broken by the law enforcement team. At the city gate, thousands of cultivators stood on the city wall and looked ahead in horror. The cultivators guarding the city looked at each other, caught off guard. One of them hurriedly flew in the direction of the giant mountain, apparently to deliver a message. When Leng Ao and the others arrived, they saw a young man carrying a bloody pillar and walking in the direction of the pure sun sacred city. The pillar was full of human heads that were as dense as grape. That killing god is here. The cultivator who had just been threatened by Leng Ao saw Ning Qi and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He subconsciously glanced at Leng Ao and saw that Leng Ao's face was a little pale. He sneered gloatingly in his heart. You were so arrogant just now, but now you're scared out of your wits. Ha ha ha. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Come, stop right there. Finally, the leader of the cultivators guarding the city saw that everyone was looking at him. He gritted his teeth and summoned his courage to shout at Ning Qi. However, his tone was very weak and he did not dare to be tough. In his heart, he clearly thought that Ning Qi could not possibly be a match for the pure sun great sage. However, he was still very afraid because of that bloody pillar. Ning Qi did not stop and walked step by step to the front of the city gate. With a loud bang, he inserted the pillar into the ground and the human heads on it swayed with the wind. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but almost all the heads were facing the direction of the city wall. Pairs of silent eyes stared at the thousands of cultivators, sending chills down their spines. 3 days. I'll give you 3 days. I need 9 more heads on this pillar. If you can't produce them, I'll slaughter the entire city. Ning Qi looked at the thousands of cultivators and said lightly. The thousands of cultivators were shocked when they heard this. Is this guy crazy? He actually wants us to hand over the honorable envoy and the others? If they don't, He'll slaughter the entire city? Anger surged in Ling Ao's eyes as he roared at Ning Qi angrily. How dare you, Ning Beixian? This is the cultivation place of the pure sun great sage. How dare you slaughter the entire city? Aren't you afraid that the pure sun great sage will personally suppress you? When the senior and junior brothers beside Ling Ao saw this, they glanced at him in shock and anger and subconsciously took a dozen steps back. Damn it, it's not like they haven't heard of this god of slaughter. Even if he's talking nonsense, it should be the honorable envoy and the others who deal with him. What's a mere inner sect servant doing? They were all angry at Ling Ao for overestimating himself because Ling Ao's actions were likely to get them killed. This guy is really bold. The cultivator at the tea stall looked at Ling Ao with a dumbfounded expression, his face full of disbelief. Ning Qi glanced at him indifferently and suddenly reached out to grab him. Ling Ao flew uncontrollably from the city wall towards Ning Qi. Lie down. Chapter 1327. Chapter 1327. Chapter 1327. Ask the great sage to take action. When the cultivators of the pure sun sacred city saw Ling Ao struggling in humiliation under Ning Qi's feet, a chill ran down their spines. If what Ling Ao said was true, the pure sun sacred city would definitely turn into a bloodbath if the pure sun great sage did not show up in 3 days. I must kill him. You must. Ling Ao felt thousands of pairs of eyes looking at him mockingly. An unparalleled sense of humiliation rose in his heart, and his entire face was flushed with blood. As the #1 genius in the eternal realm of the pure sun sacred city, ordinary early transcendence realm cultivators had to be polite when they saw him. Since he started cultivating, he had never suffered such humiliation. But today, he was restrained by someone and couldn't move at all. This made Ling Ao's heart, which had always been high and mighty, shatter like glass. His mind was filled with the scene of him torturing and killing Ning Qi. In the huge mountain of the pure sun sacred city. In a large hall, Yang Yi and the others stood in front of the pure sun great sage. Their faces were filled with disbelief and confusion. Great sage, you said that he went to the tyrant immortal realm and fought with great sage tyrant before killing the 9 geniuses of the tyrant dragon tribe right in front of him? Yang Yi sucked in a breath of cold air. Not only that, but the great sage Xianzhen also fought with him, and they ended in a draw. The pure sun great sage said lightly. Impossible. He has only just condensed his Dharma power. How can he be this powerful? Yang Yi was in a daze. The remaining 8 of them exchanged glances, and their eyes flashed with sharpness. One of them said, Great sage, since this kid dares to come to our pure sun sacred city, why don't the 9 of us set up the pure sun 9 killing formation and let the great sage kill him personally? The pure yang great sage glanced at them. After a few moments of silence, he nodded and said, That's good too. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of Yang Yi and the others. Just now, they were afraid that the pure sun great sage would not be willing to stand up for them in order to protect himself. If that was the case, they would have to sacrifice the entire pure sun sacred city. As for this place, they did not believe that Ning Qi could fight his way in. Even if the other great sages took action, they would not be able to break the restrictive technique here. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. Many cultivators tried to escape this place, but without exception, they were all killed by Ning Qi on the spot. They couldn't even fly more than 100 meters away. After more than 100 cultivators died, everyone's faces were filled with despair. They knew very well that if the 9 honorable messengers didn't show up today, they would be the scapegoats and die in the hands of this god of death. Resentment, anger, fear, trembling, all kinds of emotions grew in the hearts of the cultivators of the pure sun sacred city. Even the guy who had been gloating over Ling Ao's misfortune was now terrified. He was afraid that he would be killed by Ning Beixian because of Yang Yi. From the looks of it, they don't plan on coming out and are going to abandon you. Ning-Chi smiled faintly as he looked at Ling Ao under his feet. No, impossible. The great sage and the honorable envoy are not afraid of you. You murderous maniac. Ling Ao lost control and roared at Ning-Chi. His eyes were bloodshot. He, who had always been high and mighty, had been humiliated by Ning-Chi for 3 whole days. When Ling Ao saw many female cultivators he once knew looking at him with pity and heartache, Ling Ao's mentality had already collapsed. There's still half an hour left. Ning-Chi smiled faintly. His smile was extremely evil in the eyes of the cultivators of the pure sun sacred city, as if he was a demon. When they met Ning-Chi's eyes, they subconsciously thought that when the time came, would they also become an ornament on that bloody pillar? A human head ornament? Everyone shuddered at the thought of this. Time passed by, and finally, when everyone was in despair, a loud voice came from the sky. At the same time, Yang Yi and the other 8 appeared and surrounded Ning-Chi. The honorable envoy is out. I told you, the honorable envoy will not abandon us. That's great. No matter how strong this killing god is, I think the honorable envoy's pure sun 9 killing array can deal with him. The great sage should be here too, right? That's for sure. The great sage must be hiding in the void, ready to give this killing god a fatal blow. This time, he made a mistake by coming to our pure sun sacred city. The cultivators of the pure sun sacred city heaved a sigh of relief, and their faces revealed elated smiles. However, only they knew how much of this smile was faked out of fear. Honorable envoy. Ling Ao saw Yang Yi and the others, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Yang Yi ignored him and looked at Ning-Chi with a frown. Ning Beixian, that day the 7 saints ordered us to act. Since you've already condensed your Dharma form, there's no need to be so overbearing, right? Am I being overbearing? Is that why you stayed in the barbarian region for more than 100 years and attacked me no less than 10,000 times? Ning-Chi looked at the 9 of them with a faint smile. Since you're unwilling to turn a big problem into a small one, the 9 of us don't have to be polite with you anymore. Yang Yi snorted coldly, and the next moment, the aura of the 9 of them changed drastically. Pure Sun 9 killing array. When the cultivators of the Pure Sun sacred city saw the arrangement of the 9 people, as well as the changes in their auras, they immediately recognized the array formation. Streams of drifting power of laws flowed out from the bodies of the 9 people, fusing together, forming a runic array formation above Ning-Chi's head. Kill! A fierce shout came from the 9 of them, and a majestic aura of laws surged out from the array. Pure Sun 9 killing array. A total of 9 killing intents. Ning-Chi looked at this scene indifferently, and his body suddenly expanded. Ling Ao, who was under his feet, was instantly stomped into the ground and fainted. At the same time, 9 killing intents landed on Ning-Chi. This killing intent was enough to make a half-step perfected existence flustered, but when it landed on Ning-Chi's body, it did not even cause a ripple. Seeing Ning-Chi's incomparably huge fist blasting towards them with surging immortal spirit chi, Yang Yi immediately shouted, "Great Sage, please make a move. The Great Sage is going to make a move." The cultivators of the Pure Sun sacred city looked up at the sky excitedly, seemingly looking for the whereabouts of the Pure Sun Great Sage. Boom! Ning-Chi's fists were like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, killing several people on the spot. He intentionally left their heads intact. As for Yang Yi, before he died, a look of understanding appeared on his face. He looked off into the distance, and Ning-Chi killed him on the spot. At this point, all 9 of them were dead. As for the Pure Sun Great Sage, he still did not appear. When the cultivators of the Pure Sun sacred city saw this scene, they could not help but swallow their saliva in horror. They did not understand. Since Yang Yi had shouted this, there was no reason for the Pure Sun Great Sage not to make a move, right? Chapter 1328. the last person. When the cultivators of the pure sun sacred city heard Ning Qi's words, they looked at the void where Ning Qi was looking. The pure sun great sage was there? If he was really there, why did he watch Yang Yi and the others die in Ning Qi's hands? With a fluctuation in the void, a figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. When the cultivators of the pure sun sacred city saw the face of the figure, they bowed in unison excitedly. Pure sun great sage. They did not think about why the pure sun great sage did not help Yang Yi and the others. In their hearts, no matter what decision the pure sun great sage made, it was always reasonable. Ning Beixian. The pure sun great sage looked at Ning Qi lightly. Pure sun great sage. Ning Qi smiled. After the two of them looked at each other for a few seconds, the pure sun great sage waved his hand and said, "You have already killed them. You can leave now." No wonder the glass dragon sage was tricked by him. Ning Qi thought to himself. Although the glass dragon sage had not said anything before, he was already very sure that the glass dragon sage's trip to the ancient desolation forbidden land had something to do with the pure sun great sage. Otherwise, the pure sun great sage would not have sent the heavenly fiend fairy to capture him as soon as he returned to the pure sun celestial realm. Ning Qi did not even dare to show his face. In addition, this time, Yang Yi and the others died in front of him, but he did not even have the intention to help. Ning Qi already knew what kind of person the pure sun great sage was. He was cold, cold-blooded, cunning, vigilant, and perhaps a little timid. Such an existence can actually become one of the 7 sages and be on par with that old guy Xianzhen. It's really, Ning Qi smiled mockingly, lifted the pillar and turned to leave. When the cultivators of the pure sun sacred city saw this, they opened their mouths in surprise. They watched Ning Qi disappear from their vision, and could not help but look at the pure sun great sage in confusion. Ning Beixian, the pure sun great sage squinted his eyes slightly, then his figure gradually faded. He did not even look at the cultivators of the pure sun sacred city. After he left, someone came through the air and fished Lung Ao out of the ground. "Junior brother Lung, junior brother Lung." Lung Ao slowly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked around listlessly, then said, "Where's that demon? The demon has left, the demon is gone? Were they chased away by the honorable envoy?" Lung Ao was extremely excited, his eyes revealing a look of ecstasy. The 9 venerable envoys are already dead, pooh! When Lung Ao heard that, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Even the vermilion bird continent, the black tortoise continent, and the white tiger continent had heard of the bloodshed in the azure dragon continent. Many cultivators rushed to the azure dragon continent just to take a look at Ning Qi. They wanted to see what kind of existence Ning Qi was and whether he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Otherwise, how could the dignified azure dragon continent be massacred by a cultivator who had just broken through to the transcendence realm? Did you hear? The pure Yang 9 servants are also dead. The 9 great prodigies of the lower tyrant immortal realm have also been killed. This is too terrifying. Stop talking. Guys, look. In a certain small city, the recent topics were basically related to Ning Qi. When most cultivators gathered together, they chatted about where Ning Qi killed which cultivator. These cultivators, in their mouths, were once legendary existences, but now they were all turned into human heads and hung on the pillar known as the Skull Tower. Suddenly, many cultivators noticed something strange in the sky. Some of the patrolling cultivators in the city saw that someone dared to fly above and immediately rushed up. Before they could scold him, they were stunned on the spot with dull expressions. The reason for that was because they saw a graceful young man. However, that young man was holding a bloody pillar in his hand. Numerous heads were hung on the pillar. Ever since Ning Qi shed his original physical body and condensed the primordial immortal Emperor Dharma form, his face gradually became younger from his 30s. He looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old. At first glance, he looked very young, but as long as they knew who he was, no one dared to doubt what kind of extraordinary means were hidden under this young face. Patriarch Bei Xian, the patrolling cultivators hurriedly bowed to Ning Qi. Ning Qi glanced at them indifferently. Is there a cultivator called Gu Qing hiding here? Patriarch Gu? Not only the patrolling cultivators, but even the cultivators in the city were shocked when they heard Ning Qi's words. Then, they fell into deep fear. Patriarch Gu was involved in this matter? Wasn't this harming people? Ask Gu Qing to come out himself. Otherwise, slaughter the entire city. Ning Qi said indifferently. Patriarch Bei Xian, Gu Qing is a mid-stage Dharma phase cultivator. We are just small cultivators at the eternal life state. How would we know where he is? What do you think? A cultivator said bravely. I don't have too much time to waste. If Gu Qing doesn't come out in half an hour, slaughter the entire city. Ning Qi said indifferently. This guy was the last cultivator he could sense. Counting the number, there should be 300 or 400 people who had escaped from the Azure Dragon continent. This matter would come to an end after killing this person. Patriarch Bei Xian, we are innocent. Go to the Gu family and ask Gu Qing to come out and die. The cultivator who spoke first gave Ning Qi a wry smile, then looked at his subordinate and scolded. The subordinate looked at Ning Qi in panic, then turned and flew towards the largest house in the small city. At this moment, the disciples of the Gu family also saw Ning Qi. An old man was saying something with a gloomy face. After I die, the position of the family master will be passed to you. You have to manage the Gu family well. There was a large group of disciples standing next to the old man. There were at least 300 or 400 men and women. In front of the old man, a middle-aged cultivator nodded angrily and said, Patriarch, I understand. The old man nodded. After looking at the crowd, he suddenly said, One more rule for the Gu family. Don't offend Ning Bei Xian in the future. Do you remember? Patriarch, we will. The disciples of the Gu family quickly nodded. All right, I've told you everything. What's bound to come will come. The old man laughed bitterly and flew directly in Ning Qi's direction. He was the Gu clan's old ancestor, Gu Qing. In the Azure Dragon continent, he was not considered a famous existence, but because of a trace of greed in his heart, he got involved in this mess. The cultivator who wanted to find Gu Qing was dazed when he saw Gu Qing flying towards him. Then, there was a trace of joy in his eyes. He was relieved and flew towards Ning Qi with Gu Qing. Patriarch Bei Xian. Chapter 1329. Chapter 1329. Chapter 1329. Fei Yuding. Ning Qi looked at Gu Qing indifferently. Do you want to kill yourself or do you want me to do it? It's my honor to be able to die in the hands of Grand Patriarch Bei Xian. Please grant me death. Gu Qing smiled bitterly. The cultivators nearby couldn't help but feel a sense of coldness in their hearts. The dignified patriarch of the Gu family, the strongest existence here, was begging someone to grant him death today. He didn't even dare to say a word. It was obvious that he was considering the lives of the cultivators here and the disciples of the Gu family. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless figures flew out of the Gu family and stopped 100 feet away from Ning Qi. Among these people, there were old people, strong people, children, men, and women. They all looked at Gu Qing with sadness in their eyes. What are you doing here? Go back. Gu Qing's eyes flashed with a trace of horror. He didn't know if this god of death would kill him on a whim. Patriarch, we are here to send you off. The disciples of the Gu family said with grief and indignation. Ning Qi smiled lightly. You have a family to feed, so you should focus on cultivating. Why do you want to get involved in this mess? Gu Qing was slightly startled and sighed softly. Patriarch Bei Xian, I have been in the mid-stage of the Transcendence realm for too many years. If there is no opportunity, I am afraid I won't be able to break through to the late stage of the transcendence realm. That's why I was distracted by greed and made such a mistake. Senior Beishian, can you let my patriarch go? I will die for him, is that okay? Suddenly, an 11 or 12-year-old child flew in front of Ning Qi and pleaded. The disciples of the Gu family were shocked when they saw this. Gu Qing was no exception. He quickly pulled the child over and begged Ning Qi for mercy. Patriarch Beishian, he is still young. Please don't blame him. Ning Qi looked at the child indifferently, then looked at Gu Qing. After a few moments of silence, he slowly said, I said that I will kill all those who attack me. So today you will die without a doubt. However, I will not touch your family. If they come to seek revenge one day, I will deal with them as well. Gu Qing nodded. Thank you, ancestral patriarch Beishian. After saying that, he gently pushed the child. Suddenly, the child's parents held him tightly in their arms. Gu Qing closed his eyes and quietly waited for the arrival of death. After several breaths of time, he discovered that Ning Qi still hadn't moved. He opened his eyes in puzzlement and found that a figure had appeared in front of him. When he saw the appearance of this figure, his face lit up with shock and excitement. Big sister? Big sister? The disciples of the Gu clan also revealed looks of surprise. Ning Qi sized up this beautiful middle-aged woman who had suddenly appeared, and a trace of suspicion flashed through his eyes. He didn't know why, but he felt a trace of a very familiar aura from her. When Ning Qi heard Gu Qing call this woman Big Sister, he knew that her intention was to protect Gu Qing. Gu Qing, you are such a fool. The middle-aged woman stared at Gu Qing coldly. Big Sister, Gu Qing thought that the middle-aged woman was referring to his current predicament because he had offended Ning Qi. A trace of sadness suddenly flashed in his eyes. He was afraid that even the Big Sister would not be able to save him. The middle-aged woman ignored him and looked at Ning Qi. Suddenly, her eyes turned red and she reached out to touch Ning Qi's face. SSS. The cultivators nearby gasped and looked at the middle-aged woman in disbelief. How dare she take the initiative to attack the god of death? Big Sister. No. Gu Qing was scared out of his wits. If he angered the woman, it was likely that all the cultivators here, including the disciples of the Gu clan, would be killed. Ning Qi's expression changed slightly, but he didn't feel a trace of malice from the woman. The woman's expression also made Ning Qi feel a little strange. He let the middle-aged woman's hand fall on his face. Really like, the middle-aged woman murmured to herself. Big Sister? What are you doing? Gu Qing finally realized that something was wrong. It was completely different from what he had imagined. Big Sister, do I know you? Ning Qi frowned slightly. Big Sister? The middle-aged woman was awakened by this title. She looked at Ning Qi dotingly and said, You have to call me Grandma. Grandma. Gu Cheng's mind seemed to be struck by lightning. Everyone knew Ning Beishuan's identity. He was the son of Feng Jiuxian and Wang Muting. His big sister suddenly wanted Ning Beishian to call her Grandma. Didn't that mean she was Wang Lin's wife? One of the 4 great elders of the Wang clan? How was this possible? Gu Qing looked at the middle-aged beauty in disbelief. When he was still very young, he went out to explore the world. Because he accidentally offended a very powerful cultivator, he was hunted down. In the end, it was this big sister in front of him who saved him. Later, the two of them wandered together for 7 or 8 years, but after that, they rarely saw each other. The last time they met was 300 or 400 years ago. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a hint of suspicion. I thought I would never see Mu Ting and Feng Jiuxian in this life. I didn't expect to see their child after a few hundred years. Fei Yuting looked at Ning Qi with red eyes. Are you really, Grandma? Ning Qi glanced at Fei Yuting's attributes, but he couldn't see any information related to Wang Lin or Wang Muting. He still wasn't sure of Fei Yuting's identity, but the familiar feeling lingered. It seemed that the other party didn't lie to him. Thinking of this, Ning Qi laughed at himself. Now in the Azure Dragon continent, who would dare to pretend to be his grandmother in front of him? Silly child, of course it's me. It's all Grandma's fault that I didn't stay in the Azure Dragon continent. Otherwise, how could I let those people besiege you? As Fei Yuding spoke up to hear, her eyes suddenly flashed a sharp light. She glanced at the head on the pillar and suddenly felt very relieved. When Gu Qing heard this, he finally understood why Fei Yuding said he was stupid. He actually attacked his big sister's grandson? Big sister, I was wrong. Gu Qing lowered his head in shame. You know you were wrong? Fei Yuding looked at him coldly, and a trace of anger flashed in her eyes, but soon this trace of anger gradually dissipated. You don't have to be ashamed. Who told you not to know my true identity? After a pause, Fei Yuding looked at Ning Qi. Good grandson, for Grandma's sake, can you spare him this time? When the Gu family's disciples saw the situation develop like this, their eyes were full of expectation. The way they looked at Fei Yuding was even more grateful. Gu Qing was slightly startled. He didn't expect Fei Yuding to plead for him. Ning Qi looked at Gu Qing, then looked at Fei Yuding and nodded lightly. Fine, I'll spare him this time. Gu Qing's heart suddenly relaxed. The Gu family's disciples' eyes were filled with ecstasy. Their ancestor was finally not going to die. He can be spared from death, but he can't escape punishment. Chapter 1330. Aunt Jian. After Gu Qing flew back a few thousand feet, he immediately flew back to Fei Yuding. He lowered his head and didn't say a word, but everyone could feel that his aura had become very weak. It was easy to imagine how powerful Fei Yuding's palm was. The Gu family's disciples all looked at their ancestor with worried expressions. Are you convinced? Fei Yuding looked at Gu Qing and said lightly. Eldest sister, if you're still angry, hit me a few more times. Gu Qing whispered. If you hit me again, you'll die. Fei Yuding coldly snorted. If it wasn't for the past, even if my good grandson didn't make a move, you would have died in my hands. Gu Qing looked ashamed, but in his heart, he didn't have any anger toward Fei Yuding. He had long heard that even the pure Yang great sage couldn't protect Yang Yi and the others, but today, Fei Yuding was willing to plead with this killing god for him. Such kindness was something Gu Qing would never be able to repay. Good grandson, your grandfather has returned to the family, but something unexpected happened. Why don't you come back with me? Fei Yuding looked at Ning Qi. Something unexpected happened? Ning Qi was slightly startled. Wang Lin had gone to the mysterious eastern land. With his cultivation, how could something unexpected happen there? There were only a few Dao Dan realm cultivators there, and the number of Eternal Life realm cultivators could be counted on one hand. Could it be that something happened to the mysterious eastern land because of the continent merging? Grandma, let's go. Ning Qi nodded, but the word grandma didn't come out smoothly. Green Netherworld Wonderland. Savage desolate territory. It had been more than 5 years since Ning Qi defeated hundreds of Transcendence realm cultivators with a single punch. Not only did the number of cultivators not decrease, but it was also increasing. The number of cultivators who came to the savage desolate territory had also increased, turning the desolate savage territory into a hot spot in the green Netherworld Wonderland. Mysterious true giant city. Outside a house, a tall young man stood. Vermilion Bird Continent's Tang Xiaoyin has come to see Brother Jian. In the distance, some cultivators who were watching the show pointed at the young man with pity in their eyes. Sure enough, there was no movement from the house. The young man named Tang Xiaoyin frowned slightly. Feeling that he couldn't put down his pride, he directly walked towards the house's entrance, intending to enter by himself. Another reckless fool. How many young talents have come to see Jian Shilai, only to return resentfully? When the nearby cultivators saw that Tang Xiaoyin seemed to want to enter on his own, the corners of their mouths curled into a mocking smile. Before Tang Xiaoyin could reach the gate, an aura came from inside the house and instantly locked onto Tang Xiaoyin's body. Tang Xiaoyin's expression stiffened. Scram! An indifferent voice came from within the house. I've been rash. Tang Xiaoyin cupped his hands with a pale face, turned around and quickly left the door. He felt as if his mind had been stolen, as if he would be killed on the spot if he took another step forward. As expected of Jian Shilai, ranked 8th on the Azure Dragon leaderboard. No, he should be ranked 9th. If even the 9th is so strong, how strong would Ning Beixian be? Tang Xiaoyin thought to himself. He did not seem to have come alone. He had 3 to 5 companions. Seeing that Tang Xiaoyin had returned in failure and did not see Jian Shi, his companions immediately revealed gloating expressions. Jian Shilai is waiting for the Beixian ancestral patriarch. Even if the Wang family's elder came to see him, he would be turned away. You guys should stop looking for trouble. Someone mocked. Just at this moment, a figure walked over. He was the same as Tang Xiaoyin, walking directly towards the entrance, as if he didn't even have the intention to introduce himself. Everyone looked at this figure with ridicule. When Tang Xiaoyin saw this, he hurriedly went forward and said, Brother Jian doesn't see guests. Ning Qi looked at Tang Xiaoyin and smiled, nodding to indicate that he understood. Tang Xiaoyin smiled. Just as he thought that he was going to help this young man regain some face, the young man still walked towards the gate of the house. Tang Xiaoyin felt that his good intentions had been taken as a joke. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes. He wanted to stop Ning Qi, but for some reason, his vision blurred and the young man had already appeared at the gate. Seeing this, Tang Xiaoyin did not stop him anymore. He just sneered and shook his head. Since the young man was looking for trouble, there was no need for him to be a busybody. While everyone was laughing and waiting to see Ning Qi make a fool of himself, Ning Qi gently pushed the door open and entered. Then, the door slowly closed. Everyone's smiles froze on their faces as they stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before them. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. This guy actually entered the courtyard where Jian Shilai was? SSS. That's the Beixian ancestral patriarch. Suddenly, a cultivator gasped. He recognized Ning Qi. The rest of the cultivators felt a chill run down their spines. The young man was the Beixian ancestral patriarch who used the skull tower to kill all the cultivators around him. The god of slaughter, Ning Beixian? Are you saying that the man just now is Ning Beixian, ranked 8th on the Azure Dragon roll? Tang Xiaoyin looked at the cultivator who recognized Ning Qi first, dumbfounded. It must be the Beixian ancestral patriarch. I can't be wrong. It's normal that you can't recognize him. After all, the Beixian ancestral patriarch looked different from now. His flesh wasn't as full as it is now. But I was one of the first cultivators to arrive here and I saw the Beixian ancestral patriarch when he first formed his Dharma form. He must be the Beixian ancestral patriarch. The fact that Senior Jian Shilai allowed him to enter is proof. The cultivator said without any hesitation. So it's him. It's him. I must spar with him. Tang Xiaoyin's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He had already forgotten that Jian Shilai, who was ranked 9th on the Azure Dragon roll, had frightened him with just a wisp of his aura. Not to mention Ning Qi, who was ranked 8. Ning Qi looked at Jian Shilai indifferently. His expression didn't change, but he had already started cursing in his heart. How could there be such a beautiful man in this world? This guy couldn't be gay, could he? After a few breaths, Ning Qi smiled and said, Brother Jian, you asked me to come back and find you after killing people. Do you have something to tell me? If it wasn't for Jian Shilai, Little Yuer and the others would have been killed by Wang Lan, the abandoned disciples of Nine Nether, and the others. Ning Qi felt a little grateful to Jian Shilai. It took you 5 or 6 years to kill a few people. Compared to your father, you're still lacking. Jian Shilai's words made Ning Qi frown slightly. He wasn't unhappy, but, judging from Jian Shilai's tone, he seemed to know his father? Brother Jian, Ning Qi said. Jian Shilai extended her hand to interrupt Ning Qi. After glancing at Ning Qi indifferently, her figure suddenly changed. The Adam's apple on her neck gradually faded, and her chest slowly bulged. Call me Aunt Jian. Chapter 1331. Chapter 1331 Quarrel. Aunt Jian? She's a woman? Ning Qi was slightly startled, and looked at Jian Shi with a strange expression. From this form of address, he was sure that Jian Shi definitely knew his parent. You? Do you know my parents? Ning Qi frowned slightly. Jian Shilai lightly nodded his head. Yes, I do know your parents. Otherwise, do you think that 100 years ago, I would have protected you? Confidant? At this point, the corner of her mouth curled up into a mocking smile. She sized up Ning Qi from head to toe and said, You are the same as your father. No, you are even more affectionate than your father. With so many confidants, can you handle them? You misunderstand. Ning Qi lightly smiled and shook his head. From Jian Shilai's words, he could hear a special meaning. Is there a misunderstanding? Jian Shilai's expression clearly did not believe Ning Qi's explanation, but she did not intend to pursue the matter. Instead, she hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice, Your father. How are your mother now? I was fostered since I was born, and I have never seen them before. I don't know if they are well or not, but I know that they are definitely still alive. Ning Qi said. Yes, he won't die that easily. A trace of disappointment flashed across Jian Shilai's eyes, but he nodded his head, agreeing with Ning Qi's speculation. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. My grandmother is still waiting for me outside the city. Ning Qi smiled. Your grandmother? Fei Yuding? A cold glint flashed across Jian Shilai's eyes. You know her too? Ning Qi was curious. Not only do I know her, I haven't seen her in a long time. Let's meet her this time. After saying that, she took the lead and walked out of the door. Seeing Ning Qi standing there in a daze, she turned around and said with a frown, Why aren't you leaving? When the cultivators outside saw Jian Shilai take the lead to walk out of the door, their eyes revealed looks of worship. A few male cultivators even revealed looks of love. Seeing this scene, Ning Qi's heart immediately turned cold, because at this moment, Jian Shilai's Adam's apple appeared again, and turned into a man's characteristic. A few figures tore through the air and landed in front of Ning Qi and Jian Shilai. Seeing this, Ning Qi smiled and said, Hall Master Wang Tong. Wang Tong sighed as he looked at Ning Qi. He smiled bitterly and said, Just call me by my name. How would I dare to call myself Hall Master in front of you? The two people beside Wang Tong were also early-stage Transcendence Realm cultivators. They were the Wang family's deacon elders. They looked at Ning Qi with complicated gazes with all sorts of strange emotions. It really is Ning Beixian. I didn't expect to see such an existence with my own eyes today. This is the strongest person under the great sage. You're wrong. Your news is outdated. Just a few months ago, he killed the Pure Yang 9 servants in front of the Pure Yang Great Sage. The Pure Yang Great Sage didn't dare to make a move. I think his cultivation has long surpassed the Great Sage. At least, the Pure Yang Great Sage and the hegemonic Underworld Great Sage are no match for him. The nearby cultivators whispered among themselves, but they weren't stupid enough to say it out loud. Instead, they used voice transmissions to express their shock and understanding. When someone heard that even the Pure Yang Great Sage didn't dare to make a move against Ning Qi, the expressions of those cultivators became extremely interesting. They even subconsciously bowed slightly. Ning Qi smiled at Wang Tong and said, Hall Master Wang Tong, your seniority is higher than mine. How would I dare to call you by your name? Hearing this, Wang Tong was very pleased, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. According to his original character, he would never be so superficial, but the person standing in front of him at this moment was someone who had rampaged through the Azure Dragon continent for several years, and was known as the god of killing. This battle record had already surpassed his father, Feng Jiuxian. At first, people called Ning Qi the son of Feng Jiuxian. Now, people said that killing god Ning's father was Feng Jiuxian. It seemed the same, but in fact, the meaning was very different. Bei Wangtong was just about to ask if Ning Qi was planning to return to the Wang family when Jian Shilai's gaze swept over them. A chill made Wangtong and the other two shut their mouths and looked at Jian Shilai. Fei Yuding has been waiting for a long time. Let's go. Jian Shilai said lightly. Hall Master Wangtong, I have something to do. I'll leave first. Ning Qi cupped his fist. Take care. Wangtong nodded again and again. When he saw Ning Qi and Jian Shilai fly away together, a trace of suspicion flashed across his eyes. How did Jian Shilai know Fei Yuding? Outside the profound true giant city, Ning Qi and Jian Shilai landed beside Fei Yuding. The skull tower was still inserted into the ground, and even after nearly 6 years, the head on it was still lifelike. It's you? What are you doing here? After Fei Yuding saw Jian Shilai, her eyes became cold. Ning Qi was already sure that the relationship between Jian Shilai and Fei Yuding was very bad, otherwise, the two sides wouldn't have met like this. Can't I come? Jian Shilai looked at Fei Yuding lightly and asked. Good grandson, let's go. Don't worry about this fox spirit. She wanted to take your father away from your mother. If she had succeeded, would you still be here now? Fei Yuding immediately looked at Ning Qi. Sure enough, Ning Qi had a strange look in his eyes. He looked at Fei Yuding and then at Jian Shilai. If he had known earlier, he would have directly returned to the Wang family's ancestral city. Fei Yuding, if it weren't for you, Lai Kong wouldn't have forced the ninth spirit couple to almost die because of this matter hundreds of years ago. Jian Shilai looked at Fei Yuding coldly, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. I caused trouble? You're the one who's complaining first. Fei Yuding was furious, and the aura on her body flickered, as if she was about to attack. Ning Qi's expression was a little awkward. On one side was his grandmother, and on the other side was Jian Shilai, who had helped him before. Furthermore, he seemed to have a close relationship with his father. If they were to fight, he would probably only be able to stand by and not help either side. The one who's complaining first? At that time, I had already discussed a plan with Mu Ting. We would secretly delay for time, and when Lai Kong reacted, the three of us would have already left the Azure Dragon continent. With the ninth spirit's talent, she would have been able to kill her way back in less than 100 years, but you tricked me into leaving this place. In the end, when I returned, the ninth spirit and the others had already been personally forced into a corner by your father. If it wasn't for his tough life, would he still be alive today? In the end, Jian Shilai pointed at Ning Qi. Fei Yuding's expression changed slightly. Weren't you the man who stole my daughter at that time? Instead, you guys discussed it? Jian Shilai looked at Fei Yuding coldly, not saying a word. A trace of anger flashed in Fei Yuding's eyes. Who knows if what you're saying is true or false? Perhaps your idea at that time was to get rid of my daughter. You and Feng Jiuxian will be together. Jian Shilai's eyes moved slightly. Seeing this, Fei Yuding revealed an expression of, as expected. Chapter 1332. Chapter 1332. Chapter 1332. Wang Lin is seriously injured. Wang Lin is seriously injured? Jian Shilai was startled and a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. During this time, the 7 saints were all in the ancient city, and most of the experts on the Azure Dragon ranking were hanging on the skull tower. Who else could injure Wang Lin? Fei Yuding coldly snorted at Jian Shilai. I have something to do. The next time I see you, I'll definitely teach you the law of the White Lotus. Are you a match for me? The corner of Fei Yuding's mouth curled up into a mocking smile. Seeing that the two of them were about to quarrel again, Ning Qi sighed and came out to persuade them. Fei Yuding gave Ning Qi face and finally shut up. Why are you following us? After flying for hundreds of kilometers, Fei Yuding noticed Jian Shilai following the two of them. She stopped with an unfriendly expression and shouted at him. Wang Lin was injured when he went to find the ninth spirit couple? Maybe I can help with this matter. Jian Shilai said calmly. Ning Qi thought that Fei Yuding was going to quarrel with Jian Shilai again, but Fei Yuding only pondered for 3 breaths of time before silently agreeing to Jian Shilai's actions and allowing him to follow them. A Wang family ancestral city. After more than 100 years, this place didn't seem to have changed at all. Ning Qi felt a bit emotional. He saw the tea stall he used to go to when he first came here. The owner of the tea stall was still the same, and his cultivation level seemed to have improved a little. That is, when the cultivators in the Wang family ancestral city saw the skull tower in Ning Qi's hand, they all sucked in a breath of cold air and stared at Ning Qi in shock. Wherever Ning Qi's group of 3 passed, a large number of cultivators stopped to look at them. They all wanted to see for themselves if this killing god, who had dominated the Azure Dragon continent for many years and killed thousands of Transcendence Realm cultivators, really had 3 heads and 6 arms. Ning Qi had seen this kind of gaze many times over the years and was used to it. It was Jian Shilai who seemed a bit displeased, but he didn't say anything. The 3 of them entered the Wang family unimpeded. Some of the Wang family disciples were planning to ask them about their origins, but when they saw the bloody pillar in Ning Qi's hand, they stopped in their tracks in fear and bowed to Ning Qi. Boom! Ning Qi heavily stuck the skull tower in front of the gate of the Wang family and waved at a Wang family member who was looking at him in fear. The Wang family member was slightly dazed until someone reached out and pushed him. Only then did he react. Patriarch Bei Xian, that Wang clan disciple, stood in front of Ning Qi in a panic. Stay here and watch this pillar. You can only admire it, but you can't touch it. If anyone dares to touch it, I'll kill his entire family. Do you understand? Ning Qi said lightly. The killing intent in those words caused that disciple of the Wang family to be incomparably terrified. However, he soon came to his senses. There didn't seem to be a need for him to be afraid, right? Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian asked me to do something. Why should I be afraid? Not only do I not have to be afraid, but this is also my opportunity. He finally figured it out and was overjoyed. He bowed to Ning Qi and said, Don't worry, Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian. I will kill the entire family of anyone who dares to touch this pillar. Fei Yuding seemed to feel that Ning Qi's killing intent was a bit too strong. She sighed, and on the other hand, Jian Shilai had a flash of approval in his eyes. When the 3 of them entered the Wang family's residence, the Wang family members nearby walked up to the pillar and looked enviously at the guys that Ning Qi had casually called over to guard the pillar. Stop, you all heard it. Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian said that you can only admire it, but not touch it. Stand further away. If you accidentally touch it, I don't want to kill each other. What a scoundrel! Everyone murmured in their hearts, but because of Ning Qi, they didn't dare to show their dissatisfaction. They only looked up curiously to find familiar faces. That's the pure Yang 9 servants. That's our arcane perfected celestial realm's old ghost by Mo? TSK. A mid-stage Dharma plane cultivator is only left with a head. That's, more and more descendants of the Wang family rushed to the front of the pillar and began to introduce the identity of the owner of the head, as if they were counting their family treasures. Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian is back. Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian is back. The news spread through the entire Wang family. A handsome young man was cultivating in the mountain where Wang Yen used to live. Suddenly, one of his subordinates ran over. Ancestral Patriarch Wang Yen, Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian is back. Wang Yan's subordinate was terrified. He knew that ancestral patriarch Beixian had a conflict with Ning Qi, which was why he was beaten up like a child. In the past 100 years, ancestral patriarch Beixian had only recovered to the early stage Dharma plane. He wouldn't be able to return to his peak state without 500 or 600 years. Wang Yan was slightly startled. He had heard of this name ever since he could remember. When he was 15 years old, someone had personally told him everything that had happened back then. Wang Yan knew that he was once one of the 4 great elders of the Wang clan, a late-stage transcendence realm expert, and also had a place on the Azure Dragon roll. But because he had offended Ning Qi, he was beaten back to his original state. His cultivation, memory and even his age had been wiped clean and he had to start anew. Wang Yan couldn't bring himself to hate ancestral patriarch Beixian. Instead, he was curious to see what Ning Qi looked like. Most importantly, he knew that he had a brother, Wang Shi, who was taken away by Ning Qi. He wanted to ask about Wang Shi's whereabouts. No matter what kind of feud they had, since Wang Shi's memory was gone, it should be gone. Where is he now? Wang Yan asked. His subordinate whispered. Ancestral patriarch Beixian came back with ancestral patriarch Fei Yuding. They should be at the leisure garden. The leisure garden, huh? Come with me, let's go take a look, Wang Yan said. When his subordinates heard this, a trace of horror flashed in their eyes. They were going to see that god of death? Who knew if he would go crazy and kill him and Wang Yan again? Even an elite like Wang Lan was killed by that god of death. He didn't care about the feelings of the Wang family members, and he wasn't afraid of Xuanzhen Great Sage's punishment. The main courtyard. The leisure garden. This place was a maze-like garden formed by 4 mountain ranges. This was where Wang Lin and his wife cultivated. Aside from a few servants, no one dared to enter this place. Even Wang Yan and Wang Shi had to inform them before they could enter. Ning Qi was led by Fei Yuding to Wang Lin. At this moment, Xuanzhen Great Sage was sitting cross-legged behind Wang Lin. His hands gradually moved away from Wang Lin's back. Chapter 1333. Rebirth. Half-step fortune? A trace of shock flashed in the eyes of the three. How could there be a half-step fortune cultivator in that kind of place? Ning Qi frowned slightly, unable to figure it out. Could it be the 6 saints? Fei Yuding looked at Wang Lin worriedly, a trace of anger flashing in her eyes. Impossible, for more than 100 years, they have never left my side. Great Sage Xianzhen shook his head. After a pause, he looked at Ning Qi. Beixian, where you were before, what was the cultivation of the strongest cultivator? Eternal Life Realm. Ning Qi said. The strongest cultivator was only at the Eternal Life Realm. How could my husband be so seriously injured? Could it be that someone was trying to stop him from looking for Mu Ting? Fei Yuding frowned. We need to wait for Lin Er to wake up to know. Great Sage Xianzhen said lightly. You and I will go to the central continent. As for who injured Lin Er, I will leave this matter to you to investigate. Great Sage Xianzhen nodded to Fei Yuding, then looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi was slightly startled, then nodded and said, I will go back later. Let Beixian go? Won't it be too dangerous? Fei Yuding was a little worried. I will go with him, Jian Shilai said lightly. Xianzhen Great Saint and Fei Yuding both glanced at her. Fei Yuding hesitated for a moment before saying, Then you must take good care of my good grandson. If even a strand of hair falls from his body, I will not let you off. No need for you to say that. Jian Shilai coldly glanced at her. I will go alone. Ning Qi smiled bitterly. His current strength was definitely stronger than Jian Shilai's, so he didn't need help at all. Good grandson, listen to me. Fei Yuding looked at Ning Qi with a pleading look in her eyes. Ning Qi was slightly startled when he saw this, then sighed in his heart and nodded, agreeing to their arrangement. There's no time to lose, let's go. Great Sage Xianzhen slowly stood up. Fei Yuding stepped forward to help Wang Lin, whose eyes were closed. After giving a few words to Ning Qi, she and Great Sage Xianzhen left the leisure garden. Let's go. Jian Shilai said indifferently. There's no need to rush. There's no clue at all. Even if we go there, we won't be able to figure it out. I need to go somewhere first. Wait for me at the Wang clan. Ning Qi shook his head. I'll go wherever you go. Ning Qi looked at her for a while and saw a trace of determination in her eyes. Actually, you just want to see my father? Ning Qi frowned. Jian Shilai honestly nodded. That's right, but you're his son, so I won't let anything happen to you. I know Wang Lin's methods. Even if Lai Kong attacked him, he might not be able to injure him to this extent. To make him use all his trump cards and return with serious injuries, the other party is not an ordinary person. Fine. Ning Qi nodded indifferently. Just as the two of them were about to leave the leisure garden, they ran into Wang Yan, who had just arrived. Wang Yan's appearance was somewhat similar to how it was back then. However, at that time, he had lived for tens of thousands of years. Compared to his current youthful appearance, he looked a little more experienced and less energetic. Ning Beixian. Wang Yan stood before Ning Qi and stared at him. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. As for Jian Shilai, it was as if he didn't see him at all. The subordinate behind Wang Yan smiled at Ning Qi fawningly, then lowered his head and stood to the side, not daring to make a sound. Of the two people in front of them, one was the killing god ranked 8th on the Azure Dragon leaderboard, the other was an existence ranked 9th on the Azure Dragon leaderboard. Any one of them could probably turn the Wang clan upside down. Killing the two of them would only take a moment. Wang Yan. Ning Qi was slightly startled. After checking the other person's attributes, he confirmed that this person was Wang Yan, who he had used God's blessing to reverse reincarnation and return to his original form. It really is you. Wang Yan revealed a smile and nodded at Ning Qi in a friendly manner. I heard that more than 100 years ago you beat me into a child with one move. This kind of method is admirable. You don't hate me? Ning Qi said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Wang Yan faintly smiled and said, Why should I hate you? Actually, I should thank you. If it wasn't for you, would I be where I am today? The Wang Yan who had the memories of the past was only one of the 4 great elders of the Wang clan, an existence known as the Old Ancestor. As for me, I am only 100 years old. I still have a lot of time in the future for me to cultivate and squander. I can be called a proud son of heaven. If you give me a new life, why should I hate you? These words made the subordinate behind Wang Yan dumbfounded. So, this was what Ancestor Wang Yan was thinking about in his heart? But thinking about it, being beaten back into a child and being reborn was no different from being reincarnated. In other words, Wang Yan's life was given by Ning Qi. On this point, there was indeed no need for him to hate Ning Qi. Then, why have you come to find me today? Ning Qi faintly smiled. First, to see you. Second, to find out the whereabouts of my younger brother, Wang Shi. I wonder if Bei Xian can tell me? Wang Yan smiled. His whereabouts? I don't know either. I'm afraid you have to find out yourself. Ning Qi faintly smiled. Wang Yan was slightly startled. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, Bei Xian, the enmity from more than 100 years ago still hasn't disappeared? What enmity? Isn't it just that Wang Shi has a bad mouth? When encountering an existence that can't suppress him, he can only silently be angry. But coincidentally, I can suppress him, so he has to pay for his words and actions. As for whether Wang Shi is dead or alive, I really don't know. If you have the chance, you can send someone to find him. But after you find him, I will send him to reincarnation again. Do you think there is still a need to find him? Ning Qi smiled and said, Since you think that I gave you a new life, there is no need for you to have any connection with Wang Shi. Can't you get over it? Wang Yan was stunned. After a while, he cupped his hands at Ning Qi and left with his subordinate. Did your father teach you the ability to beat people back into a child? Jian Shilai's voice came from behind Ning Qi. It seems that she really worships my father blindly. Ning Qi glanced at Jian Shilai speechlessly and said, Since you want to follow me, then go. Ning Qi and Jian Shilai flew for an entire month, traversing a distance of tens of millions of miles and arriving at the Great Desert region. If it was his previous cultivation, even if he were to sit on the space-breaking boat, it would take at least 3 to 4 months. But now, Ning Qi's speed was 4 to 5 times faster than when he was sitting on the space-breaking boat. He could travel 300,000 miles in a day. It's here. Ning Qi smiled faintly. He stopped in the air and looked at the void not far ahead. Here. A trace of suspicion flashed across Jian Shilai's eyes. She didn't see anything. Even you can't tell? The system is indeed powerful. Chapter 1334. Back at the War God Temple, Jian Shilai looked at the mountain range that had suddenly appeared with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Seeing this, Ning Qi couldn't help but laugh. How's this restrictive spell? Not bad. It can even hide from my divine will, so it should be able to hide from the divine will of the 7 saints. However, I wonder if it can hide from the eyes of a half-step creation? Jian Shilai said calmly. Ning Qi smiled. He hadn't tested it before, so he didn't know. When he removed the restrictive spell on the War God Temple, hundreds of figures flew out of the War God Temple. Temple Master. Young Master. Master. Little Yurzwaling Li Minji, Dongfang Haojie, Dongfang Yuluo, Niu Dezhuang, and many other familiar figures appeared in front of Ning Qi, looking at him in surprise. Is everyone all right? Ning Qi stood on the War God platform and smiled at everyone. He realized that after more than 100 years, the cultivation of the others hadn't changed much. For example, Zhao Er looked a little younger after more than 100 years, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the Qi refinement realm. Only Dongfang Haojie and the others had changed the most. The last time he saw them, they were already Dharma plane cultivators. In other words, in the past few decades, their cultivation speed was even faster than his. Sister. Zhuoling Er's eyes revealed a hint of surprise when she saw Jian Shilai. Jian Shilai was stunned, then nodded at her. The way he looked at her was much gentler than when he looked at the others. It's all good, but some disciples were killed when they fought with others outside. We all went to take revenge. Dongfang Haojie nodded at Jian Shilai, then looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Some of them had never been to the barbarian region because their cultivation levels were too low, so they didn't know Jian Shilai's identity. However, seeing how beautiful Jian Shilai was, they looked at her and Ning Qi with a strange expression. Ning Qi glanced at the people of the War God Temple. Seeing that the people he cared about were all fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. As for the ordinary disciples, so what if they died? It was fine as long as they took revenge. It was impossible for such a large sect to not have any losses. Whether it was snatching cultivation resources or being envied by others, they had to kill each other. Let's go in and talk. Ning Qi smiled. In the War God Shrine, Ning Qi glanced at the changes in the past 100 years. The number of ordinary War God Shrine disciples had multiplied several times. In the beginning, there were only a few hundred disciples, but now there were a few thousand disciples. Although a few thousand disciples seemed like a lot, such a number probably couldn't even be compared to any sect in the mystic true immortal realm, let alone a sacred ground with tens of thousands of disciples. Ning Qi had also left enough cultivation resources in the War God Temple for tens of thousands of people. The lives of those few thousand ordinary disciples were much better than the others. As long as they could reach a certain level in the Immortal Ascension Pagoda, they would be rewarded by Dongfang Haojie. Pairs of admiring eyes fell on Ningqi. These disciples were all newly promoted disciples of the war god temple over the past 100 years. They had never seen Ningqi before, but over the past few years, they had long known that the murderous god Ning of the Azure Dragon continent was their temple master. Now that they saw Ningqi in person, they could not wait to kneel down and kowtow in excitement. "Oh, you are!" Ningqi's figure suddenly stopped in front of a group of people. Dongfang Haojie, Jian Shilai and the others also followed Ningqi and stood on the spot. "Temple Master, we are from the Marquis Mansion." There were about 100 people in this group. Among them, there were quite a number of people who were in the same generation as Ningqi. Now that 100 years had passed, all of them had broken through to the Do-Dan realm. The guy with the worst talent had also become a Do-Di like Zhao Er, who was guarding the door. They looked at Ningqi with eyes full of admiration and a faint trace of pride. No matter what, Ningqi had grown up with them in the Marquis Mansion. "Where is the old master and second uncle?" Ningqi smiled. "The two old ancestors are in seclusion. They are about to break through to the eternal life realm." "Very good." A trace of joy flashed in Ningqi's eyes. After breaking through to the eternal life realm, one would have a normal lifespan of tens of thousands of years. As long as they were not killed by others, the two of them could continue living. Ningqi was already very satisfied in his heart that he did not have to watch the people close to him die of old age. After that, Ningqi saw Huang Futao, Kong Tianqi, Chao Jing and the others. These young masters from the Qin Tang Empire had now become Do-Dan experts under the guidance of Zhang Long, Zhao Hu and the others. Although they could not be compared to Little Yue and the others, to them, they were extremely satisfied that they had been breaking through all the time in the past 100 years. It was different from the frivolous manner in the past. Even Kong Tianqi, who waved his fan all year round, now had a calm look. There was a faint trace of the passage of time on his face. "Temple Master." Huang Futao and the others cupped their hands and looked at Ningqi. A trace of reminiscence flashed in their eyes. Both sides looked at each other and smiled in tacit understanding. "Cultivate well. It has been more than 100 years since you left home, right? This time, I will bring all of you back to Dongxian. When the time comes, all of you can go back and have a look." Ningqi smiled. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of Huang Futao and the others. They had long wanted to go back and have a look. However, with their strength, not to mention going back, even walking in the Azure Dragon continent was not very safe. Any eternal life realm demonic beast was not something they could deal with. Ningqi's eyes fell on Orochimaru and the others in the distance. When he summoned these 108 war gods, they were only at the Battle Emperor realm. Now they had all entered the eternal life realm. Among them, the Supreme Grandmaster Ling Donglai's aura was already at the late stage of the eternal life realm. It would not be long before he could try to break through to the Transcendence realm. As for the disciples and elders of the Cloud Rising sect, their cultivation had also made satisfactory progress. For example, Bei Hongqiu and the other elders of the Cloud Rising sect's Forbidden Land had now broken through to the eternal life realm. The scene in the War God Temple was becoming more and more prosperous. They could reach such a level in 100 years. What would happen in another 1,000 or 10,000 years? A few graceful figures entered Ningqi's vision. Ningqi strode in front of them, his eyes sweeping across the sacred concubine, Xueling and Xin Che. Seeing this, Jian Shilai's eyes were a little displeased. He muttered in his heart, "Even your father is not as romantic as you. Are we really going back to Dongxian?" The sacred concubine smiled slightly and said. Her aura was already at the middle stage of the eternal life realm. It seemed that she had not wasted the past 100 years. "Of course. You haven't been back to the Fang family for a long time, right? When the time comes, I will go back with you. I wonder how the Fang family is doing now." Ningqi smiled. Although there were a few patriarchs of the Fang family in the War God Temple, the sacred concubines branch was not here. They were still in Dongxian. Without a few patriarchs, Ningqi was not sure how they could develop. Chapter 1335. Your all-finished sect Master Hall. Ningqi looked at the Immortal Ascension Pagoda in shock after hearing Dongfang Haojie and the others recount. Jianxi stood up and looked at Ningqi. Ningqi nodded slightly. Jianxi flew towards the Immortal Ascension Pagoda. You said there's a fortuitous opportunity in the Immortal Ascension Pagoda? You all went together and encountered that fortuitous opportunity at the same time. When you woke up, you were already at the Transcendence Realm. Ningqi confirmed again. He suspected that this opportunity was most likely left for him by the system, but because of various trivial matters, he missed this opportunity, allowing Dongfang Haojie and the others to take advantage of it. However, if it wasn't for what happened later, he might not have the 10,000 ancient immortal Emperor Dharma idol he had today. Dongfang Haojie nodded with a smile. Duan Yingjun said proudly, Boss, you don't know. I wasn't even at the Battle Dan realm back then, but when I woke up, I was at the same cultivation level as Temple Master Dongfang, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. Titan aspect. This Immortal Ascension Pagoda is so mystical. What happened after that? Didn't the others encounter the fortuitous opportunities you encountered? Ningqi said. In the past 100 years, our War God Temple's elders and disciples have entered the Immortal Ascension Pagoda but never encountered that fortuitous opportunity again. Dongfang Haojie smiled bitterly. Maybe we've already used it. It's fine. Whoever gets the fortuitous opportunity is fated. I'm very happy that you all reached the Transcendence Realm. To put it bluntly, if you all hide and don't fight with others, you'll all live for hundreds of thousands of years. What's wrong with that? Ningqi smiled. Dongfang Yulua stood beside Ningqi and blushed. Ningqi said in surprise, Don't tell me you all, and we have 3 daughters. Dongfang Haojie smiled and nodded. Ah, congratulations, brother Dongfang. Ningqi laughed happily and said, Where is your daughter? I'm their uncle, why didn't I come and see them? You're younger than me. Dongfang Haojie rolled his eyes. It's more like they call you uncle. These 3 girls like to run around, but I have already informed them that I will return to the War God Temple within 3 days. And how about this? Send someone out to inform the other disciples who are not in the hall. Tell them to come back within half a month. Ningqi laughed. Rest assured, Hall Master. Leave this matter to me. Li Minji, who is now an Eternal Life Realm cultivator, patted his chest and said, The Immortal Ascension Pagoda had a lot to do with him being able to reach his current level in just a few hundred years. It could be said that the Immortal Ascension Pagoda had become the War God Temple's most important and core existence. Ningqi stood up and walked to the entrance of the main hall. He looked in the direction of the Immortal Ascension Pagoda. He saw that the light on the Immortal Ascension Pagoda continued to rise. From the 300th level, it reached the 800th level in the blink of an eye. When the disciples of the War God Hall saw this, they couldn't help but gasp. Because in the past 100 years, the highest that Dongfang Haojie had reached was merely Dongfang Haojie's 400th step. But today there was actually someone who had successively reached 800th step. This had truly broadened their horizons. As for Wu Yin's record, it had long since been broken by Dongfang Haojie. Finally, Jian Shilai seemed to be stuck at the 893rd step. Not long after, she walked out of the Immortal Ascension Pagoda. The nearby disciples of the War God Hall all looked at Jian Shilai with admiration and awe. How was it? Ningqi smiled. Jian Shilai landed beside Ningqi and shook her head calmly. I didn't find the fortune they were talking about. But this Immortal Ascension Pagoda is a little interesting. I'm afraid that even if the 7 sages were here, they might not be able to pass the 900th level. Your immortal ascension pagoda seems to have 1,000 levels? 1,000 levels. If the 7 sages can't pass the 900th level, then the last 100 levels are probably prepared for the Creator. Ningqi smiled and said. Jian Shilai's eyes flashed. The way she looked at Ningqi changed slightly. Even though she didn't want to admit it, she had to admit that when Feng Jiuxian was Ningqi's age, she was much weaker than him. Jian Shilai couldn't see through this war god hall. At this moment, there seemed to be some movement in the direction of the war god platform. Everyone couldn't help but look over. Dongfang Haojie's expression changed slightly. He nodded at Ningqi and flew through the air. You 3 bitches, how dare you steal my fortune? Hurry up and hand over all your treasures and pills. Let me pamper you a little more. Otherwise, I'll kill your entire family. A young man with a gloomy expression was relentlessly chasing 3 female cultivators who were only at the Dodan realm. These 3 female cultivators looked similar and did not seem to be very old. 3 great beauties, why don't you listen to my young master? Obediently hand over the things, or don't blame us for destroying the flowers. There were a few Eternal Life Realm cultivators behind the young man. They could easily catch up with the 3 female cultivators, but they were deliberately trailing them like cats playing with mice. If you continue to chase me and my father sees you, you'll die without a complete corpse. A female cultivator who seemed to be the youngest among them turned around and threatened the young man and the others. Third sister, don't say any more. We're almost there. The other 2 female cultivators quickly reached out and pulled her back. Then the 3 of them increased their speed by a large margin. After a few breaths, they saw a mountain range appearing in the void in front of them. Why did the restrictive spell disappear? The 3 women revealed a trace of doubt on their faces. Then they landed on the war god platform and heaved a sigh of relief. They were safe here. 3 little princesses, you're finally back. Zhao Er appeared with a smile and said, Grandpa Zhao, there's a bad guy chasing us. The 3 women hurriedly reminded him. At this moment, the young man and the others had already landed on the war god platform. Their eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. They often passed by this place, but they never knew that such a sect was hidden here. Zhao Er was slightly startled. His face immediately turned gloomy. He shouted at the young man and the others coldly, This is the War God Hall. Unrelated people are not allowed to enter. Why aren't you guys getting lost? A mere Qi refining realm guy dares to scold me? The young man was instantly furious. Several of his subordinates immediately attacked. Seeing this, the 3 women hurriedly used their methods to block the opponent's killing move for Zhao Er. Puff. Under the attacks of the Eternal Life Realm cultivators, Zhao Er and the 3 women suffered serious injuries. Take them down. Also, what War God Hall is this? It's probably an unranked sect. Destroy this place while you're at it. The young man sneered. Yes, young master. Seeing this, the young man's subordinates sneered and walked towards Zhao Er. Chapter 1336. Chapter 1336. Death. Old man, you still dare to boast shamelessly even when death is near. Hearing Zhao Er's words, the young cultivator sneered. Just when his subordinates were about to reach Zhao Er and the 3 women, a figure broke through the air and landed in front of the 4 of them. A Transcendence Realm cultivator? The young cultivator and his subordinates were slightly shocked. Dongfang Haojie's aura made them feel a trace of uneasiness. He was definitely a Transcendence Realm cultivator. Protect the young master. The few cultivators decisively turned around and returned to the young cultivator's side while looking at Dongfang Haojie with vigilance. What's going on? Dongfang Haojie coldly glanced at the young cultivator before his gaze fell on the 3 women with a trace of doting flashing in his eyes. Father! When the three women saw Dongfang Haojie, their eyes were filled with surprise. Zhao Er also came forward and greeted, "Temple Master Dongfang, these three people are boasting shamelessly. They want to destroy our war god temple." "Elder Zhao, you're injured." Dongfang Haojie nodded at Zhao Er. With just a glance, he could see that Zhao Er had suffered some minor injuries. His eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce light. Zhao Er was one of the few people in the war god temple with the most seniority. When Ningqi was just a dragon slayer marquis, Zhao Er was already guarding the gate of the marquis mansion. Later, when he came to the war god temple, although he was given the status of an elder by Ningqi, he still liked to guard the gate here. When someone came back, Zhao Er would be the first to appear. In the war god temple, from the elders to the new disciples, everyone was respectful to Zhao Er. But now, he was injured in the territory of the war god temple? "Father, we're also injured. This pervert not only wants to steal our elixirs and magic tools, he also wants to capture us and bring us back to the Qingyun sacred land," the three women said coquettishly. However, Dongfang Haojie didn't seem to care about their injuries. He nodded lightly and his gaze fell on the young man. "You're from the Qingyun sacred land?" "Yes, this place is called the War God Temple? Why have I never heard of it? This is the Divine Pursuit Sacred Land's territory, right? This young master has a good understanding of the 10 sects and 100 palaces under your command. Have you sought permission from the Divine Pursuit Sacred Land to establish your sect here? My father and Elder Lan Qinsong of the Divine Pursuit Sacred Land are old friends. Do you need my father to speak for you?" The young man sneered. In his words, he had already revealed his identity and mentioned Lan Qinsong at the same time. This boundary was under the jurisdiction of the deer-chasing Holy Land. If an ordinary Transcendence Realm cultivator heard Lan Qinsong's name, they would definitely give him some face. After all, apart from being an elder of the deer-chasing Holy Land, Lan Qinsong was also one of the alchemy grandmasters. However, just as the young man finished speaking, at almost the same time, dozens of figures flew across the sky and landed on the God of War platform. Materialization Realm? Why are there so many Transcendence Realms? The expressions of the young man and his subordinates suddenly changed slightly. From the dozens of figures, they could tell that at least 5 of them had the aura of the Transcendence Realm. This time, they were no longer calm, and a trace of shock flashed in their eyes. Even the Qingyun sacred ground didn't have 6 Transcendence Realm experts. "Brother Dongfang, what happened?" Ningqi glanced at the young man and the others with a faint smile, then smiled at Dongfang Haojie. "It's just a small matter. This group of people coveted the 3 of us and chased us all the way here. Hall Master, how do you think we should deal with this matter? Should we kill them or punish them and let them go?" Dongfang Haojie smiled faintly. When the young man and his subordinates heard this, a trace of panic flashed in their eyes. It seemed that the other party was going to kill them on the spot? "My father is one of the 4 great elders of the Qingyun sacred ground and is also a Transcendence Realm expert. If you kill me, it means declaring war with the Qingyun sacred ground. At that time, Kunlun Grotto Heaven won't just stand by and watch. Your sect has just been established. You don't want it to fall apart like this, right?" The young man threatened. However, he couldn't understand the reaction of the crowd. It seemed that they didn't feel the threat in his words at all, and there was a faint smile on their faces. "Mother, is he Uncle Ning?" The eyes of Dongfang Haojie and the other 2 girls lit up slightly as they looked at Ningqi curiously. When they realized that Ningqi was so young and looked even more immature than them, their faces revealed a trace of disbelief. "Yes, he is your Uncle Ning." Dongfang Yuluan nodded with a smile. Ningqi laughed and didn't care about the young man and the others. He waved at the 3 girls and said, "Come here, what are your names?" "Hello, Uncle Ning." The 3 girls walked to Ningqi excitedly and introduced themselves obediently. They looked at Ning Qi with admiration in their eyes. After all, the three girls had been hearing about Ning Qi's legend since they were born. Especially in the past few years, when they knew that he dominated the Azure Dragon continent, killed the experts on the Azure Dragon list, chopped off the heads of thousands of Transcendence Realm cultivators and made them into skull towers, and that Ning Beixian, who did all these terrifying things, was their Uncle Ning. Their admiration for Ning Qi had surpassed Dongfang Haojie. Dongfang Lingxian, Dongfang Pei Dongfang Lixin. Good names. Your father couldn't come up with them, so your mother came up with them, right? Ning Qi glanced at Dongfang Haojie and Dongfang Yuluo with a faint smile. Yes, I came up with them. Dongfang Yuluo nodded with a smile. Uncle Ning, a greeting gift. The three girls smiled mischievously. How can I not give you a greeting gift? Let me see what's good. Ning Qi laughed and immersed his mind into the spatial bag. In the past few years, he had killed countless top Transcendence Realm cultivators, so he naturally obtained a lot of Dharma artifacts. He even had about 30,000 dragon-slaying crystals, which could be used for more than 60 times. Soon, Ning Qi took out 3 Dharma artifacts that emitted a faint smell of blood. These 3 Dharma artifacts came from 3 late-stage Transcendence Realm female cultivators. There's a slight smell of blood on them. Take them back and refine them. If you encounter such people in the future, you can kill them yourself. Ning Qi smiled. The 3 girls were surprised. They were only using mid-grade Dharma artifacts now. They didn't expect Ning Qi to take out a high-grade Dharma artifact. Thank you, Uncle Ning. The 3 girls seemed to be afraid that Ning Qi would go back on his words, so they quickly took the Dharma artifacts. Giving them such Dharma artifacts will only make them more arrogant. Dongfang Haojie smiled bitterly. It's fine. Ning Qi waved his hand indifferently. Auntie Ling Auntie Yu when are you and Uncle Ning getting married? Dongfang Lixin's eyes suddenly lit up when she saw the 2 girls beside Ning Qi. She greeted them obediently, but her words made people laugh. You're asking for a beating. Zuoling Er's face flushed. Little Yu looked at the 3 girls threateningly, especially Dongfang Lixin. She immediately stuck out her tongue in fear and didn't dare to make a decision on her own. Did you hear what I said just now? Chapter 1337. Just you wait. Swish, swish, swish. Countless gazes fell on the young man and his subordinate. Ning Qi smiled at Dongfang Haojie and said, Kill these guys. Leave one of them to report back and see how the elders in their families will compensate. If the compensation is not enough, then kill them too. What? Don't you understand? If you touch me, you will be declaring war with the Qinyun sacred ground. Declaring war with the Qinyun sacred ground is the same as declaring war with the Kunlun grotto heaven. Don't think that you can be so arrogant now that you have more people. The Qinyun sacred ground lord is a middle-stage Transcendence Realm cultivator. He alone is enough to defeat you. If you know what's good for you, ask these 3 girls to hand over the things they stole from us. Otherwise, none of you will escape. The young man's eyes were filled with anger. Facing so many Transcendence Realm cultivators, he only felt a trace of fear. As long as the other party was not a fool, they would know the meaning of his words. This is what you get for talking nonsense. Duan Yingjun was furious and attacked directly. The aura of an early-stage Transcendence Realm cultivator was fully displayed. The extremely violent power of law instantly killed the Eternal Life Realm cultivators around the young man. They did not even have time to react before they died. You dare to kill the cultivators of the Qinyun sacred ground? The young man immediately took a few steps back with fear in his eyes. He never thought that an unknown sect would dare to attack him after he reported the name of the Qinyun sacred ground. Duan Yingjun was about to attack again, but he was stopped by Ning Qi. Boss, let me kill this guy and put an end to all troubles, Duan Yingjun said. Ning Qi shook his head and said to the young man, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to scram. The young man wanted to leave some harsh words, but when he saw Ning Qi's murderous intent getting stronger, he could only glare at the crowd with hatred and leave. Just you wait. His voice came again from 100 miles away. Everyone smiled slightly when they heard this. Half a month later, the Battle God Temple's disciples outside had basically all received the news and rushed back. During this time, Ning Qi organized the artifacts he had obtained from killing people. Those with the rank of Elder and above each received a supreme-grade artifact that contained the power of over 10 million laws. It was enough to raise their combat strength by several levels. With this supreme-grade Dharma artifact, Duan Ingjun could even fight evenly with a mid-stage Transcendence Realm cultivator. Coupled with the Titan Dharma form, he might even have the upper hand. As for Orochimaru, Tsunade, and the others, they each obtained a high-grade magic tool. For them, their combat power had increased by several times. In addition to that, Ning Qi had a surplus of several million magic amplification pills, all of which were Tier 2 medicinal pills, which he distributed. Adding on the fact that he finally had some free time in the last 10 days, he had purchased a top-notch cultivation training ground and refined all of the remaining immortal herbs and spirit herbs in his bag of holding into medicinal pills, including phase convergence pills, Yama's tears, and other types of medicinal pills with different effects. After this series of actions, the overall strength of the War God Temple increased by several times. In the Sect Master's courtyard, Ning Qi and Sacred Concubine Cold Sky walked out of the house, looking refreshed. Her 2 subordinates, Fang Qin and Fang Shu, stood respectfully at the door. Sacred Concubine stayed in there with him for 3 days and 3 nights. Really, Fang Qin and Fang Shu looked at each other with strange expressions. Sacred Concubine Cold Sky's face was slightly red. She said to the 2 of them, "In the future, you don't need to stay here. If you have time, you should go and cultivate. Do you think that something will happen to me in the War God Temple?" "Yes, Sacred Concubine." The 2 of them were very perceptive. Obviously, Sacred Concubine Cold Sky felt that they had become a third wheel. She quickly nodded and turned to leave. How's cultivation recently?" Ning Qi said with a faint smile. "Not bad. Thanks to you, he has been allocated a lot of cultivation resources. He is already in the late stage of the Battle Dan realm," Sacred Concubine Fang Lingming said with a faint smile. Not bad." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. The relationship between Sacred Concubine Cold Sky and him was very strange. The 2 of them did not have any thoughts of taking things further. They just maintained a purely physical relationship. There was not the slightest awkwardness, and there was not the slightest hint of unfamiliarity. Every time they met, they were like old friends. After leaving Sacred Concubine Cold Sky, Ning Qi went to look for Xueling. "Do you want to go home and have a look?" Ning Qi said with a smile. Last time, when he left the Black Northland with Xueling, they were chased by the Dragon Country's Origin Dragon Emperor. At that time, he said that sooner or later they would be wiped out. This time, he could fulfill his promise. "That's exactly what I was thinking. Leave Yuan Tsonglei to me," Xueling said with a faint smile. "No problem." Ning Qi laughed. Another day passed. Dozens of figures flew across the sky and landed on the War God platform. One of the old men said in a clear voice, "Qingyun's sacred grounds, Su Qing is here to pay a visit." Beside him stood the young man who had fled in fear. Zhao Er was the first to appear, followed by Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. They had been ordered to wait for the cultivators of the Qingyun sacred ground. "Father, it's them." They didn't respect the Qingyun sacred ground at all. "They killed all my men in front of me." The young man coldly stared at Zhao Er, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. As he spoke, he seemed to be searching for traces of Ning Qi and the others. Su Qing looked at Zhao Er indifferently with a trace of disdain in his eyes. He then said to Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, "Is this a place for the two of you to talk? Us? We are just small fries. We are not even ranked in the War God Temple." Zhang Long smiled faintly. "The two of you are not ranked?" Su Qing was slightly taken aback. Then, his eyes gradually became solemn. The aura of these two were clearly at the early stage of the Transcendence realm. How could they admit that they were not ranked? Could it be that the strength of this War God Temple was already on par with the sacred ground? Why had he, one of the four great elders of the Qingyun sacred ground, never heard of the three words War God Temple? "The two of you, if you can't make up your mind about the matter previously, please invite someone who can. The misunderstanding between us must be resolved properly. As for the matter of you establishing a sect here, I will also report it to the Kunlun Grotto Heaven. When the time comes, the elders of the Kunlun Grotto Heaven will naturally come to look for you." Su Qing said faintly. "Are you sure you want us to find someone who can make a decision?" Zhang Long and Zhao, whose expressions were a little strange. Su Qing nodded impatiently. If the other party's strength was only at the level of an ordinary sect, he could directly suppress them. But now it seemed that the other party's strength was not weak. However, his son was not injured, and only a few Eternal Realm cultivators died. It would be fine as long as the other party apologized. "All right, the temple master will be here soon. You guys wait." Zhao Hu laughed, his eyes gloating. Chapter 1338. Chapter 1338. Chapter 1338. To deal with harshly, father. It was those three bitches. I want to capture them, and bring them back to Qingyun's sacred ground, and let them know the consequences of offending me. The young man stared at Dongfang Lingxian and the other two who came with Ningqi. When his gaze fell on Xueling, a hint of greed flashed across his eyes. "This girl is really pretty. Let's capture her as well," the young man thought. Su Qing's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Other than his son, the rest of the elders also noticed this abnormality. They looked at each other in bewilderment. What exactly did they see that caused Elder Su Qing to be so terrified? "This is your son?" Ning Qi landed on the Battle God platform and looked at Su Qing indifferently. Patriarch Bei Xian, Su Qing's forehead was covered in cold sweat and he couldn't even speak properly. In all these years, he had never felt so afraid. A few years ago, he happened to go to the barbarian region and saw Ning Qi defeat hundreds of Dharma-playing cultivators with one punch. Since then, Ning Qi's face was deeply imprinted in his mind. So when he saw Ning Qi, Su Qing immediately recognized him. "Father, what's wrong?" Su Hai looked at his father strangely. "Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian?" The elders behind Su Qing suddenly heard these words, and their hearts violently twitched. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Ningqi in fear. Could it be that the Bei Xian ancestral patriarch that Su Qing mentioned was really that "you recognize me"? Ningqi said with a faint smile. Dongfang Lingxian and the others looked at this scene with schadenfreude. Obviously, the other party already knew the true identity of their Uncle Ning. "Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian, I had the honor to meet you in the barbarian region." Su Qing forced himself to calm down and bowed respectfully. In his heart, however, raging waves were surging. Why is Ning Bei Xian the god of slaughter here? Just what kind of existence did his son provoke? When he thought of Zhang Long and Zhao, whose mocking gazes, endless regret rose in his heart. If he had said a few words just now, perhaps he would have been fine today. Su Hai was dumbfounded when he saw this. Why would his father bow to this man? Grand Ancestor Bei Xian. Bei Xian. A thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Su Hai felt as if he had been struck by lightning and his body suddenly stiffened. He stared blankly at Ning Qi, a look of disbelief in his eyes. "Since you've seen me before, it's easy to deal with this matter. These three are my nieces, and your son did something improper to them." He killed his way to my war god hall and injured an elder of my war god hall. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Speaking of this, Zhao Er stepped forward and said with a smile, "It's me." Su Qing gave a dry laugh as he glanced at Zhao Er. He didn't think about how a mere peak qi refining cultivator could become an elder of this place. All he wanted to know was, could they leave this place alive? Ancestral Patriarch Beixian, I'm sorry to have offended you today. Please punish my unfilial son severely for what he did. Su Qing bowed. The group of elders behind him hurriedly bowed in unison. Their bodies were the same as Su Qing's, trembling uncontrollably. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't control it. Father! You! Su Hai looked at Su Qing in horror as if he didn't recognize this father anymore. Did he just betray him like this? Shut up, you evil creature! Su Qing's slap landed on Su Hai's face. The power of the Transcendence realm sent Su Hai tumbling through the air and landing heavily on the ground. His handsome face was already crooked from the slap. This slap made Su Hai dizzy. Luckily, he was an eternal life realm cultivator, or else he would have been killed on the spot. Punish him severely? Then kill him. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Do it yourself. What? Su Qing was startled. A trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes as he said in a low voice, Ancestral Patriarch Beixian, although my son did something wrong, no one suffered any losses. You can't bear to? Zhao Hu, you do it. Ning Qi said indifferently. Yes. Zhao Hu sneered and walked towards Su Hai. Father, father, save me. Su Hai came back to his senses and saw the murderous intent in Zhao Hu's eyes. He begged Su Qing for help in fear. Su Qing clenched his fists tightly as he glared at Su Hai. After a while, he slowly turned around. The elders of the Qingyun sacred land heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. If Su Qing were to make a move for Su Hai today, all of them would undoubtedly die. Seeing that Su Qing didn't care about him, Su Hai looked at Zhao Hu in despair. No, don't kill me. I was wrong. I admit my mistake. Don't kill me. My son, don't worry. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely avenge you today. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Qing vaguely glanced at Ning Qi, who had a faint smile on his face, and swore in his heart. Kid, go on your way. Zhao Hu walked to Su Hai's side and sneered. As Su Hai begged for mercy, Zhao Hu stomped on his body. The blue veins on Su Qing's face twitched when he saw this. He took a deep breath and cupped his hands at Ning Qi. Since he has been executed, I will take my leave first. See you later. The pain of losing his son made him angry. With that, Su Qing planned to leave with the other elders. However, he had only taken a few steps when his head suddenly fell off his shoulder. His body seemed to have not noticed it, and only after 7 or 8 steps did he fall to the ground. Elder Su. The elders of the Qingyun sacred ground were shocked and looked at Ning Qi in fear. This has nothing to do with you. You can leave now. Ning Qi put away the Dragon Slayer's saber and said calmly. Thank you, Ancestral Patriarch Beixian. Thank you, Ancestral Patriarch Beixian. The elders didn't dare to say anything and left in a hurry. Is everyone back? Ning Qi turned to Li Minji. Li Minji nodded and said, I have informed everyone that can be informed. Ning Qi smiled and said, Then go back to your seclusion. We are leaving now. With the combat god shrine in his consciousness, Ning Qi and Jian Shilai flew side by side toward the fairyland of Central Earth. The greedy wolf sect had a passage that connected to Dongxian. Ning Qi planned to use this passage to return to Dongxian. However, before that, he had to make a trip to Mount Wuyin. Both places were in the fairyland of Central Earth, so he didn't have to make a few trips. Soon, the two of them arrived at Mount Wuyin according to the route on the map. They could feel Wu Yin and Wang Wu's aura from afar. I told you, even if your patriarch forgets you, he won't forget me. Wu Yin and Wang Wu sat at the top of the mountain. After seeing Ning Qi, Wu Yin smiled at Wang Wu proudly. Chapter 1339. Chapter 1339. Chapter 1339 Tanlang School, Brother Bei Xian, I've heard of your name for the past few years. After Ning Qi and Jian Shilai landed on the ground, Wu Yin laughed out loud. Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian. Wang Wu stepped forward and bowed respectfully. You guys sure are carefree. Ning Qi looked at the surrounding environment. This place was sparsely populated, or rather, Wu Yin had set up a restrictive spell here. Ordinary cultivators would not dare to step into this place. There were also a few herbal fields. For the past 5 years, Ning Qi and Wang Wu had probably been planting spiritual herbs here. Anyway, we'll only be a hindrance if we go there. An expert on the Azure Dragon role can crush me with a finger. Wu Yin shrugged. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Jian Shilai. He was slightly startled, and then he sucked in a breath of cold air. He cried out involuntarily, Jian Shilai? You've seen me before? Jian Shilai said calmly. Senior, I have seen you from afar. However, that was a long time ago. Back then, I was still an eternal life cultivator. Wu Yin said respectfully. He did not have the cheeky smile that he had when talking to Ning Qi. One could imagine how high Jian Shilai's position in his heart was. Yes. Jian Shilai nodded indifferently. She didn't speak much, and since she didn't know Wu Yin, she naturally didn't have much to say. Jian Shi looked at Ning Qi. You came here to look for the two of them? Can we go now? Depart? Where are we going? Wu Yin asked doubtfully. Dongxian. Ning Qi smiled. You know how to get back? That's great. I feel uncomfortable staying here. Dongxian is more comfortable. Wu Yin said happily. Don't celebrate too early. There might be Transcendence Realm experts at the Transcendence Realm or even half-step to the Creation Realm there. With your cultivation level, I'm afraid it won't be as comfortable as before. Ning Qi smiled. What? Wu Yin was stunned. I'll tell you on the way. Let's go. Ning Qi waved his hand. Greedy Wolf Sect. In the past 100 years, after the disappearance of the 9th generation Greedy Wolf Tanlang, the Greedy Wolf Sect showed signs of chaos, but it was still controlled by the great families in the sect, so it did not fall apart. If any disciple dared to privately discuss whether the 9th generation Greedy Wolf Tanlang was dead or not, they would be severely punished. Because the Ying clan's old ancestors had all died in the hands of Ning Qi, Ying Qingning became the new old ancestor and managed all the Ying clan's disciples in the Greedy Wolf sect. Elder Ying. Ying Qingning walked from the inside of the sect to the mountain gate. Along the way, the Greedy Wolf sect disciples who saw him all saluted him. His current duty was to patrol. If something happened in the sect, he would be responsible for suppressing it, lest the 9th generation Greedy Wolf's disappearance caused spies from other sects to take advantage of the situation and disintegrate the Greedy Wolf sect. Elder Ying. When Tuoba Xuan and Wenren Miua saw Ying Qingning, they quickly cupped their fists and bowed. Both of them had been assigned to guard the gate all these years, and they guessed that it must have something to do with their time in Dongxian. They guessed that Ying Qingning must have vented her anger on them. Ying Qingning glanced at Tuoba and Xuan and said, Is there anyone talking about the 9th generation Greedy Wolf in the sect recently? Reporting to Elder Ying, no disciple has talked about the Patriarch. Both of them quickly replied. When the disciples nearby saw this, their expressions became a little strange. From Ying Qingning's tone, it seemed that they already thought that their Patriarch would not be coming back, so they called him by his name? Ying Qingning nodded lightly and was about to turn and leave when he suddenly saw 4 black dots approaching at an extremely fast speed. He paused and looked up. When those figures got closer, Ying Qingning's eyes first flashed with a trace of doubt, then his body shook and he could not help but gasp. What was he doing here? Ning Qi had become younger, so Ing Qingning did not recognize him at first. When he recognized Ning Qi's identity, he could not help but feel a trace of fear rising in his heart. Ning Qi and the others landed directly in front of the mountain gate. Even Tuoba Xuan and Wenren Miue did not recognize Ning Qi at first glance. Ing Qingning, long time no see. Ning Qi glanced at them and smiled lightly. Bei, Patriarch Bei Xian. Ing Qingning hurriedly cupped his hands and stuttered. All these years, news about Ning Qi had been coming in. He knew that the cultivators of the Azure Dragon continent secretly either called him Killing God Ning or Patriarch Bei Xian. In short, basically no one dared to call him by his name. Patriarch Bei Xian? Tuoba Xuan and Wenren Miue looked at each other in shock. They finally recognized Ning Qi's identity. There was a trace of fear in their eyes, and they subconsciously wanted to hide. Is the passage connecting your greedy wolf sect to Dongxian still there? Ning Qi said lightly. Yes. Ing Qingning breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly. Ning Qi nodded lightly and his gaze fell on Tuoba Xuan and Wenren Miue. I haven't seen you two for more than 100 years. Why are you here to guard the gate? The cultivators who guarded the gate all wore the same uniform, so when Ning Qi saw the two, he knew that their status in the Greedy Wolf sect was probably not as high as before. Tuoba Xuan and Wenren Miue did not dare to speak, but a flattering smile appeared on their faces. Wenren Miue was still fine. He had attacked Ning Qi purely for the earth-searching pill, but Tuoba Chun had been coveting the immortal bloodline in Ning Qi. Hence, at this moment, his heart was filled with fear. He was afraid that Ning Qi would remember the past and kill him. Patriarch Bei Xian, I heard that these two were rude to you in Dongxian? Ing Qingning's eyes lit up. Without saying a word, she walked directly in front of Tuoba Xuan and slammed her palm on his dantian. The battle pellet that Tuoba Xuan had painstakingly condensed was instantly broken into pieces. Tuoba Xuan spat out a mouthful of blood. In despair, he found that his cultivation had been destroyed by Ing Qingning. He lowered his head, and a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes. Wenren Miue was stunned. Seeing that Ing Qingning was going to destroy him again, Ning Qi said indifferently, "Who told you to do it?" Ing Qingning was slightly startled. She looked at Ning Qi and said, "Patriarch Bei Xian, do you want to do it yourself, or do you want me to do it for you? With your current status, it will dirty your hands if you do it yourself. Why don't you let me punish the two of them for you?" "Forget about this person," Ning Qi said indifferently. Ing Qingning quickly nodded. There were more and more cultivators near the mountain gate. When they saw this scene, they were all shocked and stood rooted to the ground. At this moment, several figures broke through the air. "Who are you?" Those figures were all Eternal Realm cultivators. When they saw that Tuoba Xuan's cultivation was destroyed, they thought that it was Ning Qi who did it, so they shouted at him. Ing Qingning saw this and a trace of gloating flashed in her eyes. She said, "Elders, this is Patriarch Bei Xian. Don't you recognize him?" "What? Patriarch Bei Xian?" Chapter 1340. Chapter 1340. Chapter 1340. Back at Dongxian, you are Patriarch Bei Xian? Ing Qingning couldn't help but gloat when she saw the patriarchs of the major families, who had been in charge of the Greedy Wolf sect for more than 100 years, acting so cautiously. He was assigned to patrol the sect because these old guys worked together to suppress him. If the Ing family's patriarch was still here, would these old guys dare to be so arrogant? Ning Qi glanced at them indifferently and ignored them. He said to Ing Qingning, "Take me there. Patriarch Bei Xian, please come with me." Ing Qingning said respectfully. Seeing Ning Qi and the other three follow Ing Qingning into the sect, the elders exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes were filled with shock and doubt. If this person was really Ning Bei Xian, slaying God Ning, wouldn't there be a trace of hatred between him and Ing Qingning? The Ing family's patriarch also died in his hands, but it seemed that the relationship between the two was a bit strange. "Should we follow them?" an elder asked hesitantly. "Let's go and have a look. Wouldn't it be rude if we don't go? After all, we are in charge of the greedy wolf sect. How can it be Ingqingning's turn to receive that distinguished guest? Let's go." After the elders chased after Ningqi and the others, Tuoba Ing finally couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. Wenren Miwa glanced at him with some pity, took out a porcelain bottle, and threw it on Tuoba Ying's body, saying, "This is a healing medicine. Within 3 to 5 years your injuries will recover a little. It's impossible for your cultivation to be the same as before, but as long as you spend a few hundred years, there may be a glimmer of hope for you to condense your dan." Tuoba Ing gripped the porcelain bottle tightly, gritted his teeth, and struggled to get up from the ground. He ignored Ingqingning and walked towards his cultivation place. As for guarding the door? His cultivation had been destroyed, so he naturally didn't need to take on this responsibility. He couldn't leave the greedy wolf sect either. He had many enemies, and if people knew that his cultivation had been destroyed, they would definitely come looking for him. Right now, Tuoba Xuan only had one choice, which was to hide in the greedy wolf martial school and recover as much as he could from his injuries. Looking at Tuoba Chuan's back, Wenren Miwa secretly rejoiced in her heart. Fortunately, Ningqi was magnanimous this time, otherwise, she would have ended up like Tuoba Chuan, ancestral patriarch Bei Xian. This is it. Ingqingning led Ningqi all the way to the forbidden area of the greedy wolf sect. Before this, without the permission of the elders who controlled the greedy wolf sect, even he was not qualified to enter this place. But now it was different. Along the way there was no hindrance. Those guys who followed behind took the lead in removing the restrictive spells one by one. "There are 3 tunnels here. Which one leads to Dongxian?" Ningqi said lightly. The elders did not have the chance to interrupt. One of them pointed at a tunnel before Ingqingning could, and said to Ningqi with a fawning smile, "Patriarch Bei Xian, this tunnel leads to Dongxian." Ningqi nodded his head indifferently. He looked at Jian Shi and walked into the tunnel side by side. With their cultivation, they were not afraid that this tunnel would be a trap. If the greedy wolf sect knew that they would come first and set up such a trap, the two of them would admit defeat. "Let's go." Seeing that Wang Wu was a little scared, Wu Yin patted his shoulder and followed Ningqi and Jian Shilai into the tunnel. After the 4 left, the elders of the greedy wolf sect, including Ingqingning, all heaved a sigh of relief. "Ingqingning, what is the relationship between you and ancestral patriarch Bei Xian?" An elder looked at Ingqingning suspiciously. Ingqingning sneered and said to them, "I am just an ant. What can I have to do with ancestral patriarch Bei Xian?" The elders were relieved to hear that. As long as Ingqingning and Ningqi had nothing to do with each other, they did not have to worry about the greedy wolf sect being taken away. Ingqingning paused. Seeing that the elders were relaxed, she sneered. "But ancestral patriarch Bei Xian came to the greedy wolf sect and asked me to lead the way. This means that I, Ingqingning, still have some impression in his heart. Which one of you can compare to me?" The few of them were slightly startled when they heard this, and their faces immediately turned ugly. Ingqingning laughed loudly, then turned around and left, her voice leisurely sounding out. "I think the duty of patrolling the sect should be carried out by one of you." Dongxian. The White Emperor Tower. Tower Master. There's a change in the forbidden area. A figure rushed into the courtyard where the White Emperor Tower's Tower Master, Zhou Xiantian, was and sent a message. The door suddenly opened and Zhou Xiantian strode out with a look of astonishment on his face. "There's been a change in the forbidden area? Someone from the greedy wolf sect is here?" "That's right." The subordinate hurriedly nodded. "It's been more than 100 years. Why did the greedy wolf sect suddenly send someone to Dongxian?" A grim look appeared in Zhou Xiantian's eyes. He immediately summoned all the gold medallion assassins and silver medallion assassins to the forbidden area of the White Emperor Pagoda to look at the ball of faint blue light. After about a quarter of an hour, a figure finally walked out slowly. Zhou Xiantian immediately took a step forward and was about to greet him. Zhou Xiantian greets the elder of the Greedy Wolf sect. It's you? Zhou Xiantian looked at Ningqi in shock. Apart from being younger, it was the sect master of the Rising Cloud sect, Ningqi Ning Beixian. It's me, Elder Zhou. Long time no see. Ningqi smiled. Zhou Xiantian was Zhou Luning's grandfather, so Ningqi naturally had some impression of him. Back then, he had given Zhou Luning and Wuma Fengling an outer disciple token of the War God Shrine. In the past 100 years, the two girls seemed to have been cultivating in the War God Shrine. However, Ningqi did not pay attention to them, so he did not greet them. Why are you from the Greedy Wolf sect? Zhou Xiantian was confused. The assassins of the White Emperor Tower found it unbelievable as well. From what they knew, the cultivators of the Greedy Wolf sect were like fire and water with Ningqi. They didn't expect Ningqi to come from the Greedy Wolf sect after more than 100 years. Could he have joined the Greedy Wolf sect? It's a long story. Ningqi smiled faintly. At this time, Jian Shilai's figure also walked out. When the assassins present saw her appearance, they all sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Jian Shilai in a daze. A few of them had greedy and fiery eyes. Chapter 1341. Chapter 1341. Chapter 1341. A big fat pig. After Jian Shilai appeared, Wu Yin and Wang Wu also walked out of the light blue passageway. The light on the passageway gradually faded and eventually disappeared. Brother Beixian, I didn't expect there to be such a good place. We should have used this place to return to the Green Dragon continent. Wu Yin sighed. Not only was this passageway stable, it was also very fast. I only found out about it later. Ningqi smiled faintly. When he went to the Azure Dragon continent, he found out that the Greedy Wolf sect was also there. That was how he determined that the Greedy Wolf sect had a spatial passageway that led to Dongxian. What clues did your grandfather leave behind? Jian Shilai said indifferently. There are no clues. As you can see, he was so badly injured that he couldn't even open his eyes. We have to look for him ourselves. Ningqi shook his head. Everyone, Zhou Xiantian hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth again. He wanted to ask if these guys had come with the Greedy Wolf sect's edict. Elder Zhou, please wait a moment. Ningqi smiled. Zhou Xiantian was startled, and a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. Ningqi slowly closed his eyes and sent his will into the War God Temple. In an instant, he found Zhou Luning and Wuma Fengling. The two of them were cultivating in seclusion. Ningqi revealed a mischievous smile and used his will to grab the two women. Everyone felt their vision blur, and then two figures appeared in front of them. What happened? Wuma Fengling's expression changed and she slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Ningqi looking at her with a smile on his face, she subconsciously stood up from the ground. Cupping her hands, she said, "Palace Master." She and Zhou Luning had spent more than 100 years together. Occasionally, they would leave the War God Temple and would hear news about Ningqi. Over time, in her heart, Ningqi was no longer the fat lamb she used to target. Even Wuma Fengling herself did not realize that her attitude towards Ningqi was now very respectful. It's Wuma Fengling? Didn't she disappear for more than 100 years? Why would she suddenly appear? Is that Zhou Luning? Hiss! The White Emperor Pavilion's assassins sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at the two women in shock. Grandfather! Zhou Luning opened her eyes and saw Zhou Xiantian. She was pleasantly surprised. This is White Emperor Pagoda? A hint of joy flashed in Wuma Fengling's eyes. She had already received Li Minji's notice that she would be returning to Dongxian with Ning Qi this time. However, she did not expect it to be so soon. He had thought that it would take at least a year and a half. Little girl. Zhou Xiantian was slightly surprised, but when he saw that it was indeed Zhou Luning, Zhou Xiantian's eyes flashed with surprise. But after the pleasant surprise there was a deep sense of doubt. Wuma Fengling's lips moved slightly as she sent a voice transmission to Zhou Xiantian. She briefly explained the situation to him. Only then did Zhou Xiantian realize that the two women had been training with Ning Qi for the past 100 years. He subconsciously glanced at the two women's cultivation. However, he was shocked to discover that he could no longer see what level their cultivation had reached. Lu Ning, Feng Ling, your cultivation. Zhou Xiantian looked at the two girls in shock. Grandfather, I have already broken through to the late-stage Dodan realm. It won't be long before I can attack the eternal stage. Senior sister's cultivation is about the same as mine. Zhou Luning said with a smile. Hiss, the White Emperor Building's assassins gasped again. Late-stage Dodan realm? The two of them had only been apart for 100 years, yet they had already reached the late-stage Dodan realm? Isn't such a cultivation speed a little too terrifying? Many people revealed a trace of doubt in their eyes. Some were skeptical, but most of their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Zhou Xiantian naturally did not doubt their words. After recovering from his shock, he quickly bowed to Ning Qi and said, "Thank you, Senior Ning. You are welcome." Their cultivation was cultivated by themselves. It has nothing to do with me. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. He paused and looked at the two girls. The two of you have not been back for a long time. Stay here for a while. If the two of them wanted to return to the sect, they could activate the outer sect disciple token at any time. Thank you, Palace Master. The two girls bowed respectfully. It had been over 100 years since Zhou Luning had a good look at Ning Qi, so she was now secretly sizing him up from the corner of her eyes. She thought to herself, how did the Hall Master become so young? He looks even younger than me. Ning Qi naturally did not know what she was thinking. He left the place with Jian Shilai and the rest. In the air. Where are we going now? Jian Shilai frowned slightly. Let's return to the Qin Tang Empire first. Ning Qi said. Are there any clues there? Jian Shilai said. I don't know if there are any clues, but I am sure that the first place my grandfather will go after arriving here is the Qin Tang Empire. Ning Qi smiled. Aunt Jian, it would be best if you can find my father. However, they have been missing for hundreds of years. We can't be in a hurry. Jian Shilai was slightly stunned. He glanced at Ning Qi with a complicated expression and nodded slightly. Dongxian was not as vast as the Azure Dragon continent. The distance from the White Emperor Tower to the Qin Tang Empire was about 800,000 miles. It would only take 2 days to arrive. On the second day, when everyone was halfway through their journey, Ning Qi's figure suddenly paused. He stopped and looked towards the north. Everyone followed Ning Qi's gaze and saw a big white pig with all its fur burnt off. It was running towards them in the air. Such a fat pig demon, its meat must be delicious. Wu Yin laughed and said. Wang Wu smiled. Brother Wu Yin, do you want to eat pork? Why don't I catch it? This pig is someone I know. If you want to eat it, get another pig. Ning Qi said indifferently. Wu Yin was slightly startled and smiled awkwardly. As for Wang Wu, he immediately shut his mouth and felt a little regretful. He then looked at the fat pig curiously. Does it know the ancestral patriarch of Beixian? Celestial pig demon, don't run anymore. How dare you offend the disciples of the moon-worshipping cult? I will catch you and roast you even if you have to go to heaven or hell. Following those teasing words, a young cultivator appeared behind the fat pig. He followed behind the fat pig at a leisurely pace. Every now and then, he would spit out a stream of flames from his mouth to burn the fat pig's buttocks. Whenever that happened, the fat pig would let out a howl. "You son of a bitch from the moon-worshipping cult, if you don't kill me today, I will skin you alive in the future." Chapter 1342. The Situation in Dongxian. "Brother Ning! Brother Tianzhu! Brother Tianzhu!" Ning Qi smiled and extended his hand to greet him. This pig was the venerable Tianzhu whom Ning Qi had met in the Draconic Penitentiary. His cultivation had improved over the past 100 years and his body was emitting the aura of a Dou emperor. He must have had other opportunities after the world changed. Otherwise, he would only be able to reach the Dou Zun realm after thousands of years of cultivation. Even if he cultivated day and night for more than 100 years, he would at most reach the Dou Xing realm. "Run! The dog behind us is a Dou Dan realm cultivator." The fat pig immediately let out a loud roar after confirming Ning Qi's identity. "Ha! Did you meet your brother? I'll take care of him together." The young cultivator let out a long laugh. With a wave of his hand, several laws of fire swept towards Ning Qi and the other three. "Damn it! Grandpa Pig will fight it out with you!" The venerable Tianzhu roared and stood in front of Ning Qi and the other three. He went against the young cultivator's laws of fire. "Wang Wu," Ning Qi said faintly. "Yes, Patriarch." Wang Wu nodded his head in understanding. In a flash, he appeared in front of the supremacy of Tianzhu. Then, he sneered and grabbed at the young cultivator. A violent power of laws surged out instantly. In the blink of an eye, the young cultivator, who had been confident of his victory, was caught in his hand. As for the laws of fire, they did not even cause a ripple on Wang Wu's body. They were eliminated by Wang Wu's power of law. "What's going on?" The venerable Tianzhu looked at the scene with his mouth agape. "What's going on?" The young cultivator was equally shocked. Then, he realized in horror that his body was weak and he could not even activate a trace of the power of law. Wang Wu carried the young cultivator to Ning Qi and asked respectfully, "Patriarch, how should we deal with this person?" "Kill him." Ning Qi smiled and walked towards supremacy heavenly swine. Wang Wu sneered and before the young cultivator could even beg for mercy, his body exploded into minced meat in Wang Wu's hands. He was dead for sure. "Brother Tianzhu, why are you in such a sorry state when I just returned?" Ning Qi teased. Venerable celestial swine transformed back into his human form. There was still a trace of shock in his eyes. Obviously, he was shocked by Wang Wu's technique. However, what shocked him even more was that such an expert actually addressed Brother Ning as old ancestor and was so respectful. "Brother Ning, I haven't seen you for more than 100 years, you've changed so much." Supremacy Heavenly Pig could not help but sigh. Ning Qi smiled. "You have changed quite a bit as well. You are already a Dodi. It will not be a problem for you to form a Dou Dan in the future. In the past, your cultivation would have been sufficient to dominate Dongxian." Let's not talk about the past. With the current situation, I have to be very careful when I travel. You do not know that in the past 100 years, Dou Dan realm cultivators have sprung up like bamboo after the rain. Even eternal life realm cultivators are quite common. My little cultivation is simply not enough in their eyes. If it was not for me being smart, I would have already become their meal. Venerable Heavenly Pig sighed. "You can tell me about Dongxuan's current situation and which experts they have." Ning Qi was slightly stunned. Even eternal life realm cultivators were quite common? Obviously, there had been many changes in Dongxian after he had left. Even if all the eternal life realm cultivators in the dragon field appeared in Dongxian, it could not be described as quite common. One could imagine that there was a new force in Dongxian. After being chased all the way, at least let me have a drink of water? But Brother Ning, who are those three? Venerable Heavenly Pig rolled his eyes and then secretly glanced at Wang Wu and the other two before asking Ning Qi in a low voice. "Let's talk on the way." Ning Qi smiled. The four of them and a pig rushed towards the Qin Tang Empire. Along the way, Ning Qi picked out some experiences and told Venerable Heavenly Pig about them. After listening to Ning Qi, Venerable Heavenly Pig was extremely shocked and surprised. At the same time, he told Ning Qi about the current situation of Dongxuan's forces. In fact, it could not be said to be Dongxian. This name had long been abandoned. Instead, West Xian, South Xian, North Xian, and Dongxian were collectively known as the Dragon Continent. This was because after the change of the world, there was a dragon race that had lived for more than 300,000 years in Dongxian. He brought his race from a faraway place and returned to Dongxian. He was a Dharma Plane dragon race and was the strongest existence known in the Dragon Continent. He was known as the Heavenly Dragon Emperor. At that time, the human race of the Inner District, the human race of the Forbidden Land of Dried Bones, and the human race of the Four Mysterious Lands all surrendered to the Heavenly Dragon Emperor after their resistance failed. Do you know about the All Heavens Dragon Country of the North Xian Land? That Origin Dragon Emperor has already broken through to the Eternal Life realm. Just because he was the first to surrender, he is now one of the generals under the Heavenly Dragon Emperor. He was looking for you crazily. Also, the three major dragon races of the East Xian Land and the dragon races under them have all surrendered. The dragon race of the ancient Demon Land has also become the vassal of the Heavenly Dragon Emperor. The Fortune Dragon Emperor of the Inner District has gathered all the dragon race within a radius of tens of millions of miles. As long as a human race breaks through to the Battle Dan realm, they have to contribute a strand of their divine soul to the Heavenly Dragon Emperor. This means that their lives are in his hands and he can take their lives at any time. Many cultivators have reached the peak of the Emperor realm but dare not break through because of this. Back then, the Heaven and Earth Pavilion, the 9 great families, the Dragon Race, the 9 palaces, the 8 sects, and the 4 great families, except for the ancient Water Dragon Race, were all suppressed because they were unwilling to submit to the Heavenly Dragon Emperor. The dragon race here is so powerful? The human race is at such a disadvantage? Wang Wu was in disbelief. In the Azure Dragon Continent, although the dragon race was powerful, they could only stir up trouble in their own territories. For example, the Great Sage Tyrant and the Great Sage Proud Dragon might not be able to defeat the Great Sage Mystic Truth even if they joined forces. Wang Wu, Wu Yin, and Jian Shilai frowned slightly when they heard the words of the Supremacy Heavenly Pig. Brother Ning and the 3 of you should be Battle Dan realm cultivators now, right? Be careful and don't let the Heavenly Dragon Emperor find out. Otherwise, he will ask for your divine soul. If you don't give it to him, he will kill you personally. The Supremacy Heavenly Pig said. Ning Qi did not tell him about the cultivation of the 4 of them. The Supremacy Heavenly Pig guessed that Wang Wu was at least a late-stage Battle Dan realm expert. Otherwise, how could he kill the early-stage Battle Dan realm elder of the moon-worshipping cult in a second? Wang Wu and Wu Yin laughed out loud. Brother Ning, how is it? Since we are back, should we create a big scene? Wu Yin said with a smile. Let's get down to business first. As for the Heavenly Dragon Emperor, we will deal with him when we have time. Ning Qi smiled faintly. The Supremacy Heavenly Pig was slightly stunned. Why did the Heavenly Dragon Emperor sound like an ant that could be killed at any time? We are here. Chapter 1343. Chapter 1343. Chapter 1343 Changes in the Qin Tang Empire. Is this place the Qin Tang Empire? Jian Shilai's eyes moved slightly. Her mind had already swept across the huge city in front of her in an instant, only to discover that among the cultivators' auras, the strongest was only an early-stage Do Dan stage cultivator, The rest were all Qi refinement stage cultivators. She could not help but glance at Ning Qi. It was unbelievable that he had grown to such a level in just 100 years. Yes, this is the capital of the Qin Tang Empire, and also my birthplace. Ning Qi nodded with a sigh. Then, with a move of his divine will, several figures appeared beside him. Hall Master Huang Futao, Kong Tianqi, Chao Jing, and the others cupped their hands and bowed to Ning Qi. The capital was close at hand, but they did not move. It could be seen that their temperament had grown a lot over the past 100 years. Are you back? Old Master Ning and Ning Xiandong appeared one after another. When they saw the capital in front of them, a trace of nostalgia flashed in their eyes. Congratulations, Old Master, second uncle, for breaking through to the eternal life realm. A lifespan of 1,000,000 years. Ning Qi cupped his hands and smiled. Old Master Ning and the others have broken through to the eternal life realm? Huang Futao and the others were slightly shocked. Then, they hurriedly cupped their hands and congratulated them. A trace of emotion flashed in their eyes. It was true that when a man achieved the Tao, even those who had offended Ning Qi were able to break through to the Dodan realm. It was normal for Old Master Ning and Ning Xiandong to break through to the eternal life realm. Good boy, we've heard about your story. You've really brought glory to our Ning family. Ning Xiandong smiled and patted Ning Qi on the shoulder. Old Master Ning looked at Ning Qi with a gratified expression and kept nodding his head. Jian Shilai frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Bring glory to the Ning family? He has the bloodline of the Wang family and the ninth spirit in him." You are? Ning Xiandong looked at Jian Shilai with dissatisfaction. He and Old Master Ning had been in seclusion before, so they had not seen Jian Shilai. However, when they saw Jian Shilai's appearance, both of them were slightly stunned. Old Master, second uncle, Aunt Jian is my father's confidant. She has always spoken like this. Don't take offense. Ning Qi laughed. Does that mean this person is older than us? Old Master Ning and Ning Xiandong looked at each other. In the end, they chose not to discuss with Jian Shilai, whose bloodline flowed in Ning Qi's body. Let's go. I want to see if those old fellows are dead. Old Master Ning looked at the capital with a smile. The old fellows he was referring to were naturally the old friends of the Crown Prince's junior guardian Chao Dinglong, who had served in the same court as him. After entering the capital city, Huang Putao and the others finally couldn't hide their expressions anymore. They all revealed a trace of nostalgia and felt like they were returning home as soon as possible. The Marquis Champion's residence should be up ahead, Chao Jing suddenly said. Old Master Ning smiled and nodded. Although more than 100 years have passed, the style of this street is not much different from before. Speaking up to hear, Old Master Ning's footsteps suddenly paused, and the faces of Huang Putao and the others gradually became strange, because the place that was supposed to be the Champion Marquis's residence had now become a restaurant, with diners coming in and out. It was very lively. Maybe they changed the location. Ning Xiandong frowned. Old Master Ning nodded and said, "Let's go to the Dragon Slayer Marquis's residence first." Huang Putao and the others looked at each other and had a bad feeling in their hearts. Even if they changed the location, they couldn't have changed it to a restaurant, right? When they walked to the place where the Dragon Slayer Marquis's residence used to be, they saw a group of orioles and swallows soliciting customers in broad daylight. The Dragon Slayer Marquis's residence is gone too? Kong Tianqi's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Ning Qi looked at Old Master Ning with a faint smile. Old Master, the Qin Tang Empire might have changed. Let's go to the Chao residence again. Old Master Ning's face gradually became solemn. In the end, when they went to the Chao residence, the Shenwu public house, and the Kong residence, they couldn't find the courtyards of the three families at all. They were either street shops or other businesses. Not only these three families, but the remaining dozen families that used to be first-rate in the capital city had also disappeared. Huang Pu Tao, Kong Tianqi, Chao Jing, and the others gradually became solemn. They all looked at Ning Qi, waiting for his orders. "Let's find a place to sit and have a meal first. Since we're back, there's no hurry," Ning Qi said with a faint smile. Hearing this, everyone was relieved. They were too involved in the situation to see clearly. When they saw Ning Qi's indifference, they finally reacted. With their strength, they didn't have to be afraid no matter what happened to their families. The group of people walked to a nearby restaurant and booked 2 tables. Then, when the waiter was serving the dishes, Ning Qi stopped him and threw a heavy gold ingot to him. Seeing this, the waiter's eyes suddenly lit up and he put away the gold ingot in ecstasy. Then he looked at Ning Qi fawningly, bowed and said, "What can I do for you, sir? I want to ask you a few things," Ning Qi said with a faint smile. "A few things?" A trace of doubt flashed in the waiter's eyes. If he was so generous just to ask for a few things, did he meet a legendary fat sheep? "Young master, please ask. I'll tell you everything I know," the waiter said respectfully. "Do you know where the champion marquis's residence is now?" Ning Qi said with a faint smile. "The palace of the champion marquis?" The waiter was slightly stunned. After thinking for a while, he suddenly realized. "Young master, the palace of the champion marquis has been confiscated by the emperor. It should be something that happened 25 years ago." Confiscated? The cup in Venerable Ning's hand instantly exploded into powder. The waiter was slightly shocked and looked at Ning Qi and the others with fear. He said in a low voice, "Young master, do you have any more questions? If not, I'll take my leave first." The residence of the imperial tutor? The residence of Shenwu? The residence of Kong? Ning Qi said lightly. They were confiscated along with the palace of the champion marquis. Oh yes, there was also the residence of the Dragon Slayer Marquis. But because the Dragon Slayer Marquis is not in the capital, it can't be counted as confiscation, the waiter said in a low voice. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and a trace of doubt flashed in their eyes. If Qin Zheng wasn't crazy, how could he do such a thing? "You can leave." Ning Qi waved his hand. "Then I'll take my leave first." The waiter hurriedly nodded and retreated. "Venerable Ning, do you want to go directly to the palace, or should I bring Qin Zheng here?" Ning Qi chuckled and looked at Old Master Ning. "Ancestor, let me bring him here." You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.